The Cubs Independence Day weekend and the nation's capital continues as they look for their first 6-game road win streak since 2010. Len and JD bring you the call at the top of the hour. We'll get you set for that and just maybe discuss in detail the biggest news of the past 24 hours, the 4th of July blockbuster trade with Oakland all on Cubs Pregame Live, and it starts now.
This is Fields Auto Group Cubs Pregame Live.
Swing and a miss, strike three.
It almost brings a tear to my eye. Jeff Samardzija will have to have the banjo montage somewhere else. Welcome into Cubs Pregame Live, presented by Fields Auto Group. I'm Chris Bowden. This, of course, is Todd Hollingsworth. Hope all of you had a wonderful 4th of July. Todd was behind the wheel driving from baseball game to baseball game. That's a 4th of July for you. Now, only the Dodgers and Pirates have better records in the National League than the Cubs since late May, but Theo Epstein, Jed Hoyer, they really shook things up as the fireworks were going off last night and Todd's phone started blowing up. Moving quickly on several surprising levels. They moved both starting pitchers who are on the market, including the longest tenured Cub that you just saw. Send them to one team. They do it almost 4 weeks before the trade deadline, and the prime piece they get in return is another highly rated shortstop prospect. No surprises at all right there in that combination.
Well, you look at what they're becoming, and you talk about the depth of the organization. I think the real question that I think most Cubs fans have right now is, wait a minute, where's all that starting pitching that you're talking about? And, well, I'll tell you what, it's pretty hard to acquire right now. That's really what this trade tells me. You go out there and you get yourself an Addison Russell. I mean, this is a kid that's a top-flight prospect. He's their top prospect. He adds to our organization, the organizational depth. It continues the conversation, but you say, well, where's all the pitching? It's coming. You just got to be a little bit more creative. Maybe we talk about it a little bit more in the pregame show, but this is a great move for the organization. They capitalized on the moment, and were able to continue to bolster the depth of their organization.
Let's take a look at the trade as it went down. Here are all the particulars. As Todd mentioned, Addison Russell, the #1 prospect in the A's system, ranked 14th by Baseball America in all of major leagues, but it's another shortstop. He was their #1 pick in 12. The #1 pick in 13 for the A's was outfielder Billy McKinney. He's only 19 years old, hits left-handed, and hitting about 241 in 75 games in high A right now. They also get a guy who was experienced last year, was in the Rookie of the Year discussion in Dan Straley. Struggling so far, sent down to the minors, and also a player to be named. So that is your body of work there, Todd.
Right. I mean, it's a classic blockbuster trade, really what it comes down to. I think it's just you have to kind of get past what exactly did you think you were going to get in return for Jeff Samardzija and Jason Hamill, Mr. Hamill? I mean, it's really what it comes down to. You knew you weren't going to have him at the end of the season. Were you going to hold on to Jeff Samardzija? We're going to try to get more in value. I mean, there's a million reasons why you say this trade happens now. You look at the A's, they said, we've got to get better. We're competing not only with the Mariners, the Angels, they're playing great baseball right now, but we're trying to stay ahead of this. So they want to bolster their rotation. They're willing to give up their top prospect in the organization, another highly thought of prospect in McKinney, and that's just it. You get 2 of those guys, and you're not finding that anywhere else right now. So pitching is hard to come by. Young pitching is hard to come by. They capitalized on the moment and got their hands on Addison Russell.
Well, let's hear from the man who pulled the trigger on that trade, Theo Epstein, in a conference call with reporters this morning, speaking to what Cub fans should think after this deal.
We've improved our future. I mean, it's not a secret that we now have an extremely talented, extremely deep group of potential impact position players, age 20 to 22, who are moving very quickly through our system. And these are real prospects. When you put that together with a couple 24-year-old all-star caliber performers like Anthony Rizzo and Starlin Castro, we can't help but be excited about the future. I like the way we've crafted our pitching staffs in recent years, and we have a lot of resources, both in terms of money and potentially in terms of players, to go acquire the pitching we need at the right time. So, look, I really feel like there's light at the end of the tunnel.
Time now to go out to D.C. Joining us live from Nationals Park is our CSNChicago.com Cubs insider who did not get to enjoy 4th of July at all yesterday, Patrick Mooney. Patrick, we just heard some of Theo's comments about his message to Cub fans following the latest trade. What did he have to say about how the trade went down this early before the deadline and packaging both of those pitchers?
Hey, Chris, I mean, the Oakland A's might have been the only team out there that really could have pulled this off in terms of getting, two frontline pitchers to plug into their rotation for a pennant race. And really, once kind of Addison Russell was on the table, that was something that, the Cubs almost couldn't turn back. That, even though they have shortstops, even though they need pitching, if you look at this front office's track record in the draft, is that they go for impact. And, whether it was drafting, Chris Bryant when everyone was saying they needed, Jonathan Gray or a big-time pitcher, they went with, what they thought was the better bet long term. And so this kind of accelerated this week, and they really kind of pulled out an old-fashioned blockbuster baseball trade on the 4th of July.
Patrick, let me ask you, what do you think this means for Starlin Castro?
That's a good question. I think that was one of the first things that everyone thought of, and I'd asked Theo that on the conference call. Should Starlin be looking over his shoulder? And he said absolutely not. He said that he contacted Castro's agent immediately to say that Starlin is a big part of our plans here, that everything's going to revolve around him and some of these other young players. We just talked to him in the clubhouse, and he said, this front office knows what they're doing. They collected a lot of talent, and, he understands it's a business and that the Cubs have, really a lot of options here, and that's kind of how I think ultimately this trade will be judged, where they go next. But certainly the Starlin Castro rumors are going to heat up again, heading into the offseason. He's got a long deal here. It's very club-friendly at this point, and he's playing like an all-star again.
Well, you just came out of that clubhouse a short time ago. You mentioned talking to Castro, but this came so suddenly, not that it wasn't totally unexpected, but the way it came down. How did it seem the players were reacting? What was their mood to the news today, reporting to work and not seeing those two guys in the clubhouse with them?
Yeah, one player said it was weird just looking across the room, and Samardzija had a big locker that was just completely empty. And while everyone knew this was coming, it was telegraphed for months, to have it, that suddenly both gone at the same time, guys start wondering, well, who's next? Am I going to be, packing up my stuff pretty soon? And I do think that's something to watch here for throughout the second half will be how they respond, clubhouse morale, and it really is difficult for the guys that are on the field, that are on the coaching staff, that are kind of putting in that blood, sweat, and tears every day, and to have that pulled out when things do appear to be kind of coming together here, where they've been playing pretty good, respectable ball, is obviously going to be tough to take.
Patrick, Addison Russell, Billy McKinney, Dan Straley, what do you have on these three individuals? What are the Cubs looking at? Talk about the here and the now. I'm guessing we're probably not going to see the two young prospects, but how about Straley and, of course, the other two guys as well?
Yeah, exactly, Holly. Straley, Theo made a nice analogy to Jake Arrieta, the way he came over last year, and that they gave him a couple of starts at AAA Iowa to kind of clear his head and regroup. And we've obviously saw what he did down the stretch last year, and now this year how he's really forced his way into the all-star conversation. And Straley's someone who could be another change of scenery guy, certainly someone who they're looking forward to getting inside this organization and working with guys like Chris Bosio, Borzello, Lester Strode, these coaches that have built up a pretty strong pitching infrastructure, as they like to say, and really helping guys regain their confidence and take their game to the next level.
Patrick, we know it was a nonstop holiday for you. Great work on CSNChicago.com and here on the air with us. Maybe this will give you a little bit of a break come July 30th or so. Thanks so much for joining us here.
Thanks, guys.
That's our CSNChicago.com Cubs insider, Patrick Mooney. We want your opinion now. Go to Twitter. Use the hashtag Cubs Talk when responding, because we want you to know, after this trade, the trade of Samardzija and Hamill to Oakland for Russell, McKinney, Straley, and a player to be named, what is your reaction? Again, use the hashtag Cubs Talk in order to respond. And here's Cubs manager Ricky Renteria on the morale and what he had to say to his men in the clubhouse following this trade.
I think you were probably in my meeting. I actually did talk to the guys. I addressed them a little bit. let them know that obviously we've lost 2 teammates, 2 friends. You know, and the reality is there are things that we can't control, and the things that they can control are continuing to play the game. Go out there, continue to grind them out, go out there and keep doing what they're doing. Obviously, those 2 guys set examples as to how they ground out, you know, their ball games, and so let's do them basically not a favor, but let's show them that what they've taught us we can continue to do, and that's what we're gonna hopefully have happen here with these guys.
Here's some reaction from the current Cub prospects talking about the July 24th blockbuster. Chris Bryant saying, "Welcome to the Cubs." Addison Russell, #stud. I believe they play in the Arizona League together.
Yeah,
yep.
right.
And also Addison Russell himself saying, "Thanks, buddy. Told myself in the fall league it would be great to play with you again someday. Pretty stoked about the move." And then the other prospect in this deal, Billy McKinney, saying, "Excited to start the new chapter in the Cubs organization and see what God has in store for me." So let's discuss this a little bit more. And Todd, you brought this up with Patrick Mooney, a log jam at shortstop all of a sudden. You know, Castro's the guy there now and really stepped up so far this season. You wonder what his future is like. He's putting on a pretty good attitude from what he said in the clubhouse. But you got Javi Baez sitting there. And now maybe the best all-around, well-rounded prospect, if we're to believe. There's probably going to be some positional movement here, if not some trade movement.
Well, you've got options, Chris. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. You have to look at the organization this way. Maybe you didn't get what you wanted right now. We still talk about the pitching, and you think about other ways to go get that pitching. Well, maybe it's taking some of this talent, even in the minor leagues, and spinning it for pitching talent that's out there. Maybe it's taking Starlin and using Starlin to go get that. I was talking about that just earlier today. I mean, you look at the value of Starlin Castro right now, and I understand pillar player. I understand he's had the rebound, but there's not a lot going out there with the trade talks and speculation. It's really centered around pitching. You think about another bat possibly being out there. I mean, teams are going to call and they're going to inquire about Starlin and his availability. So it's going to be up to the Cubs to shut him down. I think that there would be legitimately some big-time offers for him right now, the way he's been swinging the bat. So, you know, you look at this right now, it's hard to say what direction it ultimately ends up going in, but you've got options, and that's what you didn't have before. Cubs fans, if you're sitting at home thinking about this, you know, you look at your system, you've got multiple talented, top-flight, top 10 prospects in all of baseball, covering multiple positions. I mean, when was the last time we said that? I mean, that is just incredible. I love to talk about internal competition inside the organization. You've got that. Now these guys are going to continue to push each other. I think of Bryant and Baez together in AAA, polishing each other, sharpening each other, trying to challenge each other to get better. And what you've got right now is an exciting system that is going to start feeding the big club pretty soon.
People are already connecting the dots. We're hearing about the Mets having a wealth of pitching prospects in their system, perhaps using some of these pieces in order to get some of that pitching in return. And Dan Straley's a guy, you know, Chris seems to be made for Chris Bosio, the way he has been able to reconstruct some of these arms that they have gotten in return over the last couple of years and made them productive once again. We are just getting started on Cubs Pregame Live, presented by Fields Auto Group. We'll check out lineups and a Cubs lineup that has really erupted. 23 runs and 33 hits the last couple of games. One of those has been instrumental. Justin Ruggiano plugging into his power source while driving in almost a third of the Northsiders' runs in those contests. But first, we are, drum roll please, 21 plus minutes away from first pitch. Still plenty of time to order your pizza now at papajohns.com and sit back and enjoy the Cubs and the Nats coming up at the top of the hour.
Cubs Pregame Live is presented by Fields Auto Group. Fields matters because you matter. See Fields first. FieldsAuto.com.
Welcome to the new Fields Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Glenview.
It's our 4th of July sales event, and it's time for you to make your move to this incredible facility.
It's the people at Fields. They act like a family.
They do whatever it takes to make my experience a good experience.
Our new home is designed to deliver a superior level of customer service.
Plus, every new vehicle has a special celebration price during our 4th of July sales event.
See Fields first, the all-new Fields Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the Glen in Glenview.
DSL myth number 1. It can help your business save money. False. The truth is, when you compare our fastest internet to the fastest DSL from the phone company, Comcast Business gives you more for your money. Why pay more for less? Call today for a low price on speeds up to 150 megabits per second and find out more about our 2-year price guarantee. Comcast Business, built for business.
My husband Trey Ponder was killed June 28, 2005 in Afghanistan.
My husband's death was the hardest thing I've ever faced. The Special Operations Warrior Foundation stepped in to help.
Now you can help too. Purchase new Cherry 5-Hour Energy now through July 31st, and a portion of each sale benefits Special Operations Warrior Foundation to help families of fallen heroes.
I will always miss my dad, but thanks to Special Operations Warrior Foundation, I will never feel alone.
When cold refreshment calls, Coors Light answers. Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
When you get away from smartphones and video games and tablets, it's amazing what you can really plug into. This spring, shop the brands you love, plus thousands of items on sale now. Sports Authority, all things sporting good.
Introducing Domino's new specialty chicken. We bake our boneless white meat chicken with topping, sauces, and cheese right on top. It's a little unexpected, but hey, that's what we do. Order 2 of our new specialty chicken or medium 2-topping pizzas for only $5.99 each.
Welcome back. Another look at Nationals Park in Washington, D.C. Nats began a 5-game win streak a week ago in their doubleheader sweep at Wrigley. Cubs snapped it yesterday to improve to 4-0 on this 11-game road trip following the sweep in Boston. Let's see how that happened yesterday here on Fields Auto Group, Cubs pregame live. There's the Prezes making their laps. A 10 a.m. Central start yesterday morning, but the Cubs were awake. 2-1 in the third. Justin Ruggiano lighting a firecracker. Cubs scored in each of the first 3 innings, ahead to the 6th. Now, former Cub Jason Hamill on the bump, improving to 8-0 for his career against the Nats. Why didn't an NL East team trade for him? Not quite sure about that. There's a 1-2-3-6, and then in the 7th, gave up a leadoff double. Ricky Renteria goes and gets him. He was not happy about that afterwards. Little did he know, though. Then, in the 9th, Cubs had some insurance. It's Ruggiano again finding the hole on the left side. Darwin Barney scores, 5-2 Cubs. Couple of batters later, the Cubs' current shortstop. He has himself an 11-game road hitting streak right now. Starlin Castro there. A 2-run, bases-loaded single for a 7-2 lead. But Starlin, maybe he knew another shortstop prospect was coming later in the day. Check out this play. Back to the infield.
Sweet. You see what I'm talking about. I talk about that internal competition. You know, you feel the need to call the agent, let the player know, hey, listen, don't worry about things. Well, what do? You naturally worry about things. There you go, on his game yesterday.
Finished up strong with a 2 RBI hit in the top of the 9th inning, and then that fine defensive grab with his back to the infield in the bottom half. Let's take a look at today's pitching matchup. Carlos Villanueva steps back into the rotation for the first time since April when he filled in for Jake Arrieta. He'll be opposed by a southpaw who's simply had the Cubs' number lately in Gio Gonzalez. More on that in a moment. But Villanueva struggled in the rotation in that opening month. 1-3, an ERA of 9.5. Much more effective, though, in 18 games since. Out of the bullpen, what was he able to do in relief that he wasn't finding early on as a starter?
Well, I mean, again, he doesn't really, what the story is, he doesn't get overexposed. It's the second time through the lineup, and that's going to, again, be the story today. You're looking for some length. And I mean, he's got to get the changeup down, but his secondary pitches have got to be good. This is a good Nats lineup. They're going to score some runs. They got the ability to hit the ball out of the yard. But when you talk about Carlos and what he needs to be successful, fastball command, secondary pitches have got to be good, and they've got to be down. When he's up, he's going to get hit hard. So that will also be key today. When you talk about what are you expecting from him, 15 outs, 18 outs, that's 5 innings, 6 innings. What are you looking for? If it's a little bit less on that leash, you can probably be a little bit more aggressive, but the more times through the lineup he goes, he's really got to be on his game.
Bullpen might be busy today. Our Comcast Business Edge brings us to Villanueva's mound counterpart today. That's Gio Gonzalez, and the career numbers look pretty good against the Cubs, but in his last 3 versus the Northsiders, including Game 1 last Saturday at the Confines, the former White Sox prospect has found an even greater edge. In those 3 starts, he's tossed 21 shutout innings, fanned 22. He's allowed just 10 base runners Comcast Business Edge, sports at the speed of business. What does Gio do that gives this Cubs lineup so much difficulty?
Well, he's just effectively wild. That's really what it comes down to. What you see typically is the Cubs will expand the strike zone. I mean, if he gets ahead of you, I watched over those starts and certainly other ones. This is what Gio does to a lot of people, is he loves to expand the strike zone. Now, he's got great stuff. You're talking 91, 94, and he's coming off the disabled list. This is his fourth start. That velocity's starting to come back. He was talking about it that last start that you're watching right now. But what you'll see, again, he's going to get the mix. The big curveball, the changeup, the fastball. It's big stuff. It's good stuff. It's elite stuff. But all that being said, if he gets in the situation where he's getting ahead of hitters and then he's in the position where he can expand the strike zone and you're going to chase, he is going to eat your lunch, much like he's done over the last 21 innings.
Well, let's see if the Cubs lineup can do something about that with a lefty on the bump. A couple of changes from yesterday as the badly slumping Junior Lake and Mike Holt are in. Nate Shearholz, Luis Valbuena out, and after giving Wellington Castillo the series opener off, a couple of back-to-back days off for Castillo, he's back in there hitting fifth. Cubs had 5 players with multi-hit games yesterday, led by Justin Ruggianos, 3 for 5 with a homer. He is hitting .444 over his last 7 and driven in 7 in the last 2. Our new Babe Ruth, I suppose, Todd.
Well, I'll tell you what, Justin's done a fantastic job getting the ball up. That's really what it comes down to. You see all the pitches, and you can see the highlights from yesterday's ballgame. Justin Ruggiano likes the ball up just a little bit. That's when he puts barrel on the ball. Uses the entire field. Great approach. Saw the home run to right field yesterday. He'll pull if you're going to pound him inside. You give him things to hit up in the strike zone, he's going to be aggressive. The key is he's playing more consistently, and he's not missing his pitches. He's in a nice rhythm right now. Keep running him out there. Hopefully he continues to be that power bat, that RBI machine in the middle of that lineup.
And take a look at the Washington Nationals lineup. Just a flip-flop from yesterday in the 2 and 6 holes as Rendon goes up while Harper goes down. Harper 3 for 15 since coming off the DL. Jason Worth, the man. I didn't realize this. NL top 5 in batting average, slugging, OBP, and OPS in the last 2. 6 for 10, a couple of homers, and he has driven in 6. Back after one last timeout to put a wrap on Fields Auto Group. Cubs pregame live. We'll check out some of your Twitter responses with thoughts on the trade with Oakland. What's Todd's keys to running the overall win streak to 5 and the road to win streak to 6? Now they might get to Gio in order to make that happen.
This Cubs injury report is brought to you by ATI Physical Therapy. Taking physical therapy to a higher level. Ask your doctor about ATI Physical Therapy. Get there.
Chicago is a place where made in America still means something, and trust means everything. And when it comes to the cars Americans trust most, Honda is America's best, with many models built right here in America from suppliers right here in the Midwest. So this 4th of July, we're celebrating with deals like Civic for just $159 a month for 36 months or 0.9% financing for well-qualified buyers. Don't miss big deals on America's best cars during the America's Best weekend event at your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers today.
Good afternoon, Chase Sapphire. This is Stacy from Springfield.
Direct access to a live advisor so you can get answers fast and get back to the beach. Chase Sapphire Preferred, so you can.
Come into Steak and Shake for real hand-dipped milkshakes. Better yet, come into Steak and Shake for real hand-dipped milkshakes at half price during half-price happy hour. Weekdays 2 to 4 at Steak and Shake. The $4 menu at Steak and Shake, featuring handcrafted steak burgers, all beef footlongs, and fresh guacamole made from scratch. The $4 menu, where all meals are under $4 at Steak and Shake.
Remodeling your home? Demand LP SmartSide trim and siding. It's not only beautiful, but also incredibly tough. Compare to other siding at lpsmartside.com.
Relax in comfort after a long day's work with patio furniture from Backyard Creations. The Marsala collection includes 4 swivel chairs and square dining table with tempered glass top. Now just $379. Give your landscape a fresh new look with patio and retaining wall blocks. Classic patio blocks come in gray, tan, or red. Plus, Breckenridge retaining wall blocks are also available in 3 colors. All this and more at Menards Garden Center.
Save big money at Menards.
Somebody went to Wisconsin Dells. After you vacation in the water park capital of the world, you'll never look at water the same way again. Go to wisdells.com and get your free vacation guide.
Hey, honey, I think I want to get a car wash.
Time now for our ATI injury report. You got the long-term guys there you see in the second and third slots. The interesting one, and who knows, maybe even a potential turnaround trade candidate once he gets healthy again, but it'll be another couple of weeks. Emilio Bonifacio from that left oblique strain. Earlier, we asked your reaction to the Cubs trade with the A's. Here's how some of you responded using the hashtag Cubs Talk. Ryan says, we think, love it. We have arguably 6 of the best 20 to 25 hitters in the minors now. What's not to like? Rob said, we're building an offensive juggernaut. And Eric says, great move. Plenty of pitching to be found on the free agent market. Teams will be licking their chops for Cubs positional players. I'd like to thank you for all of your responses. Time now for our Fields Auto Group. Keys to the game. Here's Todd.
All right, here we go. Jump out early. You look at the 3 wins that the Cubs have got against the Nationals this year already. Think back to the homestand. They split 2-2. They had leads going into the 4th inning. It's key. I mean, it's really how you beat the Nats. I mean, they're one of the teams in baseball that are pretty well-rounded. Good offense, good starting rotation, good bullpen. But you want to have a key to how we've beaten them? They've scored early. It's really going to come down to it. Jump out early, score some runs, get some offense going. Here we go. Key number 2, a good change. No, I'm not talking Jeff Samardzija, Jason Hamill. I'm talking Carlos Villanueva. It's going to be key today. Got to get that changeup down. It always unlocks his game. If he's getting swing and misses on that changeup, it's down in the zone, using it effectively. It sets up, honestly, it's kind of how it works with him. It sets up his fastball. It allows it to open up, get back out there. If he's going to have to survive on his fastball today, he's probably going to have a rough time. So we talk about first or second time through the lineup. Let's hope that changeup's good today. Onward and upward. You heard Rick Renneria talk about it. You're probably going to hear the players talk about it as well. I'm going to talk about it as a former player. What your team kind of does on a day like today, there's always that little bit of a letdown. You know, you lost 2 of your friends, 2 of your guys. You got to sit back and you got to think about your friendship and you think about the time together, the battles that you fought, the great run that you've been on through Boston and everything that's happened. But you got to go out and do a job today, guys. That's really what it comes down to. So you've had great offense. We've talked about it. 23 runs over the last 2 ball games. You don't want to see those stories go away, and you don't want to use the excuses that are kind of built in for your team right now. Well, we lost our ace. We lost another good friend in Jason Hamill, and we had good things going, but they're gone. Don't feel sorry for yourself. Baseball doesn't. It keeps moving. You're going to have to pick yourselves up. So a good challenge for them today to see if they can bring a good game out there.
And as for your key performer today?
I'm going to go Starlin Castro. I think he's on the point. I think he's on the spot. And, well, I love stories like that, so I'm going to go Starlin.
And I'm going to go with the Beatles because that's who Cap was spending his time with. Not the actual Beatles, but the musical in Las Vegas.
Right.
All he needs is love of the Cubs. And he's not here on a big day like this. Thanks for watching Cubs Pregame Live, presented by Fields Auto Group. Todd and I will be back here afterwards. Enjoy the game, everybody.
Welcome to the new Fields Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Glenview.
It's our 4th of July sales event, and it's time for you to make your move to this incredible facility.
You want to go there. It's a fun thing to do. It's warm, and it's welcoming, and it's not intimidating, and it's nice.
Our new home is designed to deliver a superior level of customer service.
Plus, every new vehicle has a special celebration price during our 4th of July sales event.
See Fields first, the all-new Fields Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the Glen in Glenview.
Real sports fans want to watch the game live, and nobody has more live sports than Xfinity. This is our sports app.
It'll show you every game that's playing live and every game that's scheduled to play.
It's got everything I need.
Live scores updated right now.
See these live games highlighted in white? Click on any of them and watch live.
4th quarter, it's all tied up. I want to see this triple overtime game.
Wow. Wow, that's amazing. This is the ultimate experience right here.
Enjoy the most live sports like never before with an Xfinity X1 Triple Play. See for yourself. Call 1-800-XFINITY.
You know, at Domino's, failure is an option. We know that not everything is gonna work.
In order to get better, in order to move ahead, you're gonna make mistakes.
Have you ever heard of the cookie pizza?
I don't want to talk about it.
If we gave up after every mistake, we wouldn't come up with something new like our specialty chicken. We take our boneless white meat chicken and bake our toppings, sauces, and cheese right on top.
Order 2 of our new specialty chicken or medium 2-topping pizzas for only $5.99 each.
We cannot be afraid to fail. It sounds crazy, but it's who we are.
Roaches love kitchens and bathrooms. But they'll use air vents like secret passages in a medieval castle. For this house, I alternate my baits, giving them a different active ingredient every time. Who's hungry? To keep them from building immunity. They can sneak through walls, but not past science. To catch a pest, you have to think like a pest, not just in any home. In your home.
Your old air conditioner is costing you money. The summer's heating up. Stay cool with a new air conditioner from Four Seasons. And right now, get a new energy-saving air conditioner from just $24.95 installed. Furnace and AC combos from just $36.95. Plus, enjoy 5 years interest-free financing. Call today for your free estimate on a new AC from Four Seasons.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Washington, D.C., a beautiful afternoon for Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Cubs are 4-0 to start this long three-city trip, and they play the Nationals in Game 2 of this holiday weekend series. Great to have you with us. Along with Jim DeShays, I'm Len Casper. We will have a ball game today, but that is not the big news for the Chicago Cubs. They just made a huge trade with the Oakland A's. Jeff Samardzija, Jason Hamill, arguably their top two starting pitchers, go to Oakland for a return of prospects.
Yeah, and it should be a win-win deal. The A's are obviously in go-for-it mode, so they add Samardzija and Hamill, two talented starting pitchers, to their rotation. Billy Beane seizing this opportunity to go all in. The Cubs taking advantage of that by picking up one of the best position player prospects in all of baseball, 2012 first-round pick, shortstop Addison Russell, 20-year-old kid with tremendous upside. They also get their first-round pick from last year, an outfielder, Billy McKinney, with power potential, Dan Straley, who was really good as a starting pitcher last year, and a player to be named later.
We'll talk more about it during the game, but JD, they get another shortstop. They're stocked in that area, but that's okay. These are usually the best athletes.
Inventory, man. They're collecting, elite top-level players in the minor leagues. If they don't all come to the big leagues and play for the Cubs, so be it. They can flip them and get pitching in the future. Just a lot of, you're trying to just build that organization with high upside players, and that's what this deal was.
All right, coming up, Carlos Villanueva will get the start against left-hander Gio Gonzalez. The Cubs have been tremendous offensively the last two games. They look for their fifth in a row. Next.
Refreshment calls, Coors Light answers.
Anybody else?
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing.
We were moving from the Windy City to Kansas City.
Boston.
Our first house.
East Coast to West Coast. Promotion. So we called DirecTV. They hooked me up.
Exact same entertainment in our new home. Didn't have to do a thing.
Plus, we qualified for a Genie upgrade.
Got a great deal on a bundle.
All my favorite sports, too? Awesome. With DirecTV, it feels like more than just a new house.
It feels like home.
The DirecTV Movers deal. Call now and ask if you qualify for a free Genie upgrade.
I'm Dr. Andy, the Kia man. At Evergreen Kia, we're always fighting high prices. Yeah! And other people's high payments. Kia! Whoa! Have no fear. Kia man is here, and I'll defend you from these guys, their high prices and their high payments, and all the other competition.
And you'll save hundreds on gas with our fuel-efficient Kias, like this new Kia Sportage, loaded with equipment and gets 28 miles per gallon. Only $18,895 or $174 a month.
Take good care of my Kia, and we'll take good care of you.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all. AT&T Uverse. Find out what's possible with AT&T. Call 1-800-PIC-ATT. Mobilizing your world. Ford. Check out America's freshest lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online, only at southwest.com.
Picture perfect weather. It's been that way all weekend. so far here in Washington, D.C., and another big crowd on hand as the Cubs go for their 5th consecutive win. They snapped the Nationals' 5-game winning streak yesterday in Game 1. Veteran left-hander Gio Gonzalez will face this Cubs Southwest starting lineup. The struggling Junior Lake gets the nod in center and in the leadoff spot. What a stretch here for Justin Ruggiano. Anthony Rizzo's been better against lefties than righties this year. Starlin Castro with his .290 average and 50 RBIs in the cleanup spot. Castillo, Alt, Coughlin, Darwin Barney at second base. Carlos Villanueva, the pitcher, hitting 9th.
And we take a look now at the Nationals defensively, brought to you by Kia. Harper, Span, Worth, left, center, right. This afternoon, Zimmerman, Desmond on the left side of the infield, Rendon, LaRoche on the right side, Wilson Ramos behind the plate. And our Lexus starting pitcher is left-hander Gio Gonzalez, 28 years of age. 5 up and 4 down with a .393 ERA. Spent some time on the DL, so he's made just 12 starts so far this year. 7 shutout against the Cubs last time. As a matter of fact, that's been the line for him his last 3 starts against the Cubs. 7 shutout 3 times in a row for Gio Gonzalez.
Now the umpires, Will Little gets home plate. Mike Everett at first. Paul Schreiber at second, and the crew chief Ted Barrett is over at third.
Gonzalez last time against the Cubs allowed just 2 hits in 7 innings, a couple of walks. He struck out 7. Real good changeup in that ball game. He's a 3-pitch pitcher. Well, 4 if you count the fact that he throws both a 2 and 4 seam fastball. Good curveball, good changeup.
And we are underway. Fastball strike on Junior Lake, and if Junior gets a hit, Benny's Beverage Depot will donate $100 to JDRF. Two strikes on Lake. Been a struggle here lately. 0 for his last 15 with 9 strikeouts. That's high.
Yeah, if it spins, he has a hard time hitting it, especially against right-handed pitchers. Maybe a little better chance against Gonzalez here this afternoon.
And he could not hold up. That's strike 3.
Curveballs and sliders below the knees. He has not been able to lay off of them, and he hasn't been able to hit them. Big breaking curveball from Gonzalez, and his day starts with a punch out.
Justin Ruggiano, 2 homers, 7 RBIs over his last 2 games, stretching it out over 7 games, a .444 batting average. Swing and a miss, and a change. 1-1.
Gonzalez working quickly here, as he did at Wrigley last time out. I don't remember this from him. When I saw him pitch in the past, he was a guy who took a little bit more time, was more deliberate. I don't know if this is intentional or if he's just in a nice groove right now. He's put back-to-back scoreless outings together. Before the Cubs, it was 6 shutout in Milwaukee.
Two and two.
We go 90 to 95 with that fastball, sitting right around 92, 93, and there's the line against the Cubs. One of those hits to Dallas Beeler, making his major league debut on the mound that day.
Backhanded play by Ryan Zimmerman. He's had some shoulder issues, some throwing problems over there at third. He bounced the throw to LaRoche. Recently moved back from left to third when Bryce Harper came off the DL. It's kind of a funky throwing motion, isn't it?
Yeah, well, and they talk a lot about the arm issues he's had, but I think there's a whole lot going on between the ears too with Ryan Zimmerman. just reading the quotes and you know, what he had to say when he was playing left field, I think he's a lot more comfortable in the outfield these days than at third base.
Rizzo went around. Sorry, JD. One strike.
To say he made 21 errors last year at third base. 16 were throwing errors.
Gonzalez works quickly. Rizzo hitting .295 against lefties. All of his rate stats are higher against lefties than righties. And we're more than halfway through the season. A significant jump in his production versus left-handed pitchers. Everyday player has to be able to hit against righties and lefties, and Anthony has done that and then some. Called strike 3, not this time though, as Gonzalez strikes out 2 of the first 3 batters. Carlos Villanueva will take the ball when we return to DC.
It all comes down to this. Danny Walker at the plate, bottom of the 9th, 2 outs.
Come on, Danny, this is it.
Walker digs in.
Really wish I could finish this, but I'm so tired. Got to get up in a few hours.
Stream your favorite movies with UVerse high-speed internet. With AT&T, the UVerse revolves around you.
Think Honda Accord is the right fit? Think again. Accord can't park itself, but the Ford Fusion can practically do it for you. Plus, Fusion offers EcoBoost for great fuel efficiency. And we think that fits perfectly.
Get a Fusion with 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,500 bonus cash or lease for just $189 a month.
Benny's beverage. Benny's.
Hey!
Whoa. Okay, I'm going to. If you can't find it at Benny's Beverage Depot, it's probably not worth drinking.
Now, we'll do that again?
I can't believe how much money we saved on our floors at
Luna. I shopped around, so I know we got the best deal.
Right now at Luna, get an incredible 70% off.
773-202. Luna.
Now the Nationals starting lineup, written out by manager Matt Williams. Denard Span leads it off. Anthony Rendon has been hot. Jason Worth off to a very good start here in the month of July. Adam LaRoche is at first in the cleanup spot. Ryan Zimmerman at third. Bryce Harper's in left. Ian Desmond, the shortstop, bats 7th. Wilson Ramos, the catcher, hits 8th. And the pitcher, Gonzalez, 9th.
Who's where for the Cubs today? Brought to you by Kia, Coghlan, Lake, Ruggiano in the outfield. Big outfield here at Nationals Park. Old Castro, Barney, Rizzo third to first. Wellington Castillo behind the plate. For Carlos Villanueva, made 4 starts earlier this year. Struggled in that role. 1-3 with a .968 ERA as a starter. Had really been pitching well out of the pen. Ricky Renteria hoping to get 3 innings, maybe 50 pitches, thereabouts out of Carlos here this afternoon.
And left-hander Chris Russin probably after that. Just brought up from AAA Iowa. He was recalled after the Samardzija Hamill trade as Span fouls off.
Carlos with a true 4-pitch mix, fastball, curve, slider, change. He'll use all those secondary pitches a fair bit. Any pitch, any count from Carlos.
Got the win in relief in his last outing on Wednesday in Boston.
Will Little being addressed by somebody in the Cubs dugout, Ricky Renteria, or somebody barking at Little. Thought that Carlos had strike 3.
Comes a 1-2. That one a little bit wide, 2-2. So the Cubs needing to replace Samardzija and Hamill in their rotation. And also an extra starter needed for the day-night doubleheader on Tuesday against the Reds. Tsuyoshi Wada is slated to start one of those games Tuesday. Here's a 2-2. And we talked to Ricky Renteria. A lot of it kind of came down to let's get through today. Yeah. And we'll figure out the rest after the ball game today. There's Chris Russin just back from Iowa.
Right. So, could be, Russin here today, gone tomorrow. Somebody back here tomorrow from minor leagues to help fortify the bullpen for a couple of days. And then, as you mentioned, Wada will pitch one of the games on Tuesday. Somebody's going to have to take Hamill's spot on Wednesday.
Left field and diving grab by Chris Coghlan. Little blooper by Span and run down by Coghlan.
The speedy Span kept off base because of this play by Chris Coghlan. He was shallow to begin with, got a nice break. Able to haul it in for out number 1. Good solid defender out there.
Ball 1 outside on Anthony Rendon. 8-game hitting streak for Rendon.
The Nationals' first pick in 2011, the 6th overall. He only spent 79 days in the minor leagues. A polished college hitter out of Rice University. He did not need a lot of minor league seasoning.
.20 pitch. 3-0. Jason Worth on deck.
A 2-0 changeup there from Carlos, and that's not rare. He throws that changeup one behind in the count quite frequently.
And a 4-pitch walk. Bringing up Worth, who homered, walked, and doubled in game 1. He's got 6 hits now over his last 2 games. We'll hear from the manager shortly about what he told his team today following the big trade with Oakland. We'll get Patrick Mooney's thoughts, our Cubs insider. So 2 games, 3 games, 6 hits, 3 doubles, 2 homers. Here to start the month of July for Jason Worth. Pretty good lead over there by Rendon, and that's fouled away.
2 outs in the first inning yesterday, and they're trying to go away and left it middle in, and he had a laser. Only his 8th, though.
Swing and a miss on a curve. Worth 0 for 6 versus Villanueva. Cubs went down quietly in the top of the first. Rendon with his lead over there. And the kick and the pitch. Ooh. Carlos really wanted that one.
Trying to shave the outside corner with a 4-seam fastball. Could have gone either way, just off the edge. But, he has to live on the edge, so he's going to keep picking away and Hopefully they can convince Will Little to open that zone up a little bit.
He's the embodiment of the Aerosmith song, Living on the Edge.
Living on the Edge, and there's, you know, apropos to DC, there's a pretty good lobbying effort going on from the Cubs dugout right now. Unfortunately, they can't take him to dinner. They can only yell at him.
And he struck him out with a fastball. So Villanueva continues to have Worth's number, 2 down in the inning.
Tempted by the high fastball. Worth a little tardy. Carlos not a power guy. That fastball, 88 to 91. But it gets a little better when he establishes his soft stuff.
Cubs shifting against Adam LaRoche, who fouls back. Mike Olt playing between Rizzo and Barney in shallow right. Temperatures in the low 80s as we got started. Rendon takes off. The pitch is a strike. The throw's on the shortstop side probably would have been late anyway, as Rendon gets his 8th stolen base. The Nationals are very efficient in terms of base running. When they run, they usually are successful.
Fastball right over the heart of the plate, and I don't think Wellington ever really got a good grip on that baseball. Better to spike it than to airmail it into center field.
Their team stolen base percentage is over 83. That leads all of baseball. Fouled off, still 2 strikes on LaRoche.
Yeah, they don't steal a ton of bases, but they are very efficient. 45 steals, make it 46 now. But they've only been caught 9 times.
Another 0-2, another foul. Fans are still filing in. A sellout crowd yesterday, and if not quite there, very close today.
Great weekend to be here in the nation's capital. July 4th, all the festivities, great weather for baseball, great weather for anything.
Pulled to right. That ball is foul. Just foul. Like he missed a 2-run homer by a foot.
Missed it by that much, Chief. Yeah, we'll go with a foot.
Held. That'll be a wild pitch, allowing Rendon to get to third.
A better two-strike breaking ball there. You don't want to leave that pitch in the strike zone. See if you can get into chase. You got him to flinch, not fully commit, and don't able to work his way over to third base with that ball in the dirt. Patient hitter. He'll take his walks. He walks almost as much as he strikes out. 402 on base percentage, 4th best in the league.
Popped in the left, and this will get Villanueva out of the first inning as Coughlin makes a catch. We're scoreless from Washington. We'll hear from Ricky Renteria when we come back.
Chicago is a place where made in America still means something, and trust means everything. And when it comes to the cars Americans trust most, Honda is America's best, with many models built right here in America from suppliers right here in the Midwest. So this 4th of July, we're celebrating with deals like Accord for just $199 a month or 0.9% financing for well-qualified buyers. Don't miss big deals on America's best cars during the America's Best weekend event at your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers today.
You're going to see a lot of sales around town this summer, but there's only one sale that makes sense.
Installation, just 1 cent.
This summer, get all Feldco windows, siding, and doors installed for just 1 cent. Plus, no money down and no interest until 2015.
Hurry, this sensational sale ends soon. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors.
Installed for just 1 cent.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Did talk to the guys. I addressed them a little bit. I let them know that obviously we've lost 2 teammates, 2 friends. You know, and the reality is there are things that we can't control, and the things that they can control are continuing to play the game. Go out there, continue to grind them out. Go out there and keep doing what they're doing. Obviously, those 2 guys set examples as to how they ground out, you know, their ball games, and so let's do them. Basically, not a favor, but let's show them that what they've taught us we can continue to do, and that's what we're gonna hopefully have happen here with these guys.
In my experience here, and obviously the Cubs have made a lot of trades over the past few years, trading established guys, getting prospects in return. The remaining players on the big league roster don't have to understand why. I think they're allowed to be upset. They lose their teammate, their comrade, their good friend. But they also realize it's a business. Your job is to go out there and give it your best no matter what.
Yeah, and it's not that hard. Because this is what you grow up with in the game. From the minute you sign your first professional contract, you're told, hey, there's certain things you can control, certain things you cannot. Worry about those that you can control. So throughout their careers, guys are used to having teammates and friends come and go, get released in the minor leagues, traded at the big league level, whatever. It's not a real big deal. I mean, on that level, it's not a real big deal.
Two and 2 on Starlin Castro. A lot of people wondering, all right, well, so you get another top shortstop prospect. That ball hit the other way for the Cubs' first hit. Where does everybody play? And the point is, There are a lot of great players in the history of this game who started their career as a shortstop. And the thought is, if you can play short, you can play just about anywhere. Just a short list of guys who at one time were shortstops: Gary Sheffield, A-Rod, Miguel Cabrera, Robin Yount, Ryan Braun. Cub fans remember Ernie Banks as a shortstop at the big league level before he moved over to first base. Hank Aaron, Paul Molitor, Mickey Mantle, Albert Pujols, Jim Thome.
Jim Thome?
Matt Williams. I mean, we're just scratching the surface. Castro runs and Castillo fouls. So I think part of the thought here, JD, is twofold. Number one, we're talking about Addison Russell. You're looking for offensive prospects right now. Run scoring is down. You find 8 good athletes who can hit. We'll find a position for them defensively. That's number one. And number two, not every prospect in your system, position player wise, is going to make it to this level. It's possible the Cubs could make a trade in the next year or two that the A's made today.
Sure. Yeah, you're just
turning prospects into starting pitchers.
You're collecting, high-valued guys with tremendous upside. I don't know anything about Russell other than what I've read, and I've read he's one of the best position player prospects in all of baseball. That he's really good on both defensively and as a hitter. One quote I saw, he was some scout said he's Barry Larkin with power, and I'm like, well, wait a minute, Barry Larkin had power, so if he's Barry Larkin plus more power, then he's a Hall of Famer. But I like what I'm reading about him defensively. If he can really play the position and be that good offensively, then the Cubs have got themselves something really special. And if Starlin Castro has to change position, so be it. If Javi Baez has to change position, so be it. But none of those decisions have to be made right away.
One and two the count. Cubs trying to get to Gonzalez, something they haven't been able to do his last 3 starts against them. Castro running again. This time he's going to be out.
We talked about the Nationals in their running game. Well, they're awfully good shutting down the running game as well. Wilson Ramos is thrown out better than 50% now with this caught stealing. Not particularly close at second base either. Catching the ball and waiting for Castro to get there for Rendon. Nationals have caught 19 of 46, a little better than 40% as a team, trailing only the St. Louis Cardinals in all of Major League Baseball.
At diving Zimmerman and into left. Back-to-back singles here in the second.
The guy after the caught stealing always gets a base hit.
There are a lot of very interesting angles to this deal. The A's side of it, fortifying their starting rotation, maybe looking ahead to possible postseason play, although Billy Beane today said that would be presumptuous. We've got to get there first.
We've got to say that.
Pretty much everybody believes they have the best team in baseball. Their record shows it. Their run differential shows it. But as Joe Sheehan pointed out, this is kind of a legacy type trade for Billy Beane. As much success as the A's have had in the quote Moneyball era, they have not had postseason success. They've got some question marks in terms of starters piling up the amount of innings it'll take to get through the month of October, and so Hamill and Samardzija really kind of help fortify that situation. And we certainly wish Jeff and Jason the best. Only had Jason Hamill for a few months, but man, did we enjoy watching him go about his business.
Good solid pro. Good
yeah,
guy.
Absolutely. And what can you say about Jeff Samardzija? Did everything they asked and more. He talked to Theo Epstein and the new regime right when they took over. Zolt swings and misses for strike 3. Said, I want to be a starter. I want to go 200 innings. And he did exactly that. And JD, one of the most competitive guys you'll ever meet.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a gamer. You know, everybody talks about the football mentality. I don't know if you want to call it a football mentality or whatever. He's just a great competitor.
And I think that's where the tough part comes in. You understand you have assets that you want to turn into younger assets. What ends up happening is you end up getting rid of, quote, your best players, because that's who you have to give up to get something in return. One strike on Chris Coughlin. So Travis Wood, Jake Arrieta, Edwin Jackson.
It's like buying and selling stock, right?
Yeah.
Some people get an emotional investment to a stock they've held a long time. You can't afford to do that. You got to, if it's time to move it, it's time to move it. I heard that once on the show. I don't know anything about investing.
Arrieta will pitch tomorrow. Jackson Monday in Cincinnati. And Travis Wood and Tsuyoshi Wada will pitch the doubleheader Tuesday. Wednesday and Thursday we don't know yet. It sounds like Dan Straley will report to AAA Iowa. He would be an option, I suppose, at some point. We saw Dallas Beeler last weekend. One and two. Pitch. It's high. And it's even. To the count. Castile will be on the move here. LaRoche will play behind the runner.
Well, if you're a believer in probability, you're going to see a fastball here from Gio Gonzalez. You look at the numbers on him when he's behind in the count. Left-handed hitter, fastball 88% of the time.
Off the end of the bat and line to left for a base hit. Harper able to knock it down. Castile holds it second. 3 hits in the inning. Still no runs.
Surpassing their total of hits off Gonzalez last time out. Indeed, he does come with a fastball. Looks like it's got a little cutting action. Coughlin foot down in a hurry. Pings it the other way.
Darwin Barney has basically played every day for nearly a month. Since June 10th, he's missed only 3 starts. And he's 7 for his last 11 to get his batting average up to 220. Fly ball to left. Harper going back, and he will get to it. He hit it deep, but put too much air underneath it. Gonzalez gives up 3 hits in the inning, but 0 runs.
Smile. Southwest is getting its passport. We're going international. And we're taking low fares and bags fly free with us. Book now at southwest.com.
Real sports fans want to watch the game live, and nobody has more live sports than Xfinity. This is our sports app.
It'll show you every game that's playing live and every game that's scheduled to play.
It's got everything I need. Live scores updated right now.
See these live games highlighted in white? Click on any of them and watch live.
Fourth quarter, it's all tied up. I want to see this triple overtime game.
Wow. Wow, that's amazing. This is the ultimate experience right here.
Enjoy the most live sports like never before with an Xfinity X1 Triple Play. See for yourself. Call 1-800-XFINITY.
At GMC, incredible thinking comes first. Like the GMC Sierra, the first pickup to offer a powerful gas V8 engine that gets an EPA estimated 23 highway miles per gallon. The first to offer an innovative cargo bed with LED lighting. And now for the first time ever, during the GMC Independence Day event, pay no interest for 5 years. Plus, add $1,000 Independence Day cash for the best financing offer this year on a 2014 GMC Sierra 1500. But hurry, this limited time offer ends Monday.
Welcome back, everybody. Next homestand, the Cubs celebrate the 1960s with festivities that include music, food, and giveaways from that decade. For more information about the year-long celebration, we invite you to visit WrigleyField100.com. The Cubs and the Braves, a little 3-game homestand just prior to the All-Star break. It starts next Friday, July 11th. Cubs.com to purchase your seats.
Villanueva, an emergency start today. Scoreless tie as we get into the bottom of the second.
The old adage was Washington Senators. Washington first in war, first in peace, and last in the American League. Now they're first in attitude.
One 1-0 on Ryan Zimmerman, and a ground ball base hit deflecting off the glove of a diving Starlin Castro. That's their first hit.
Staying away from Zimmerman with fastballs. This time it's a changeup down. He's able to go out. Hit pretty sharply for a leadoff single. Trying to go down and away with a change of speed here. It's down, but out over the plate a little bit.
Here's Bryce Harper, 21 years old last year. At the age of 20, was the youngest National League player ever to start an All-Star game. Hit second yesterday's, batting 6th today. 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts in the opener. 1 ball, no strikes.
Yeah, Matt Williams addressing Harper moving down in the batting order prior to the game today. Said that he feels like he's just been a little jumpy. His timing is not back yet. He's coming off the disabled list. Thought he was jumping at the ball a little bit yesterday. Tardy there.
first, nobody out here in the second. Flip to Rizzo. How about that? The bottom of their order is a little different than some teams, with Desmond coming up 15 home runs, but
yeah, I'm not sure
he did that on his own.
Yeah, I'm guessing he did that on his own, and maybe because the timing was off and he's not seeing the ball well, felt like there was one way he could contribute. I'm guessing his manager didn't want him to bunt there.
Fastball strike. And Ian Desmond.
With runners in scoring position. He's driven in 51. That leads all major league shortstops. Two very productive shortstops in this series with he and Castro.
Base hit left field. Zimmerman will score without a throw as Coghlan fires it back into Barney. 1-0 Nationals. Ian Desmond with his 52nd RBI.
Breaking ball stays up a little bit. So the sacrifice, whether you think it was a good idea or not, helps the Nationals plate one here in the second.
Catcher Ramos, he's hit an 8 in a row. Rizzo holding on Desmond at first.
But it's just a lovely day here.
Oh, I mean,
beautiful.
Just
Blue
perfect.
Sky.
This might be the nicest weather we've ever had here in Washington. Last night was gorgeous. Fireworks show, clear skies. Felt like it was about 70, 72 degrees. A lot of people out and about. As you said, this is a great place to be this particular weekend.
Yeah, I've bumped into some Cub fans down in the mall yesterday watching the fireworks. And they'd been in Boston to see the club play there. Came over here to see this series, plus take in all the sights here in D.C.
And they like their baseball team here, and they should. Starting the day just a game and a half out of first place.
It's going to be interesting to see how the rest of baseball reacts to the big trade that the Cubs and A's pulled off. It's officially hunting season.
Yeah, Cubs kind of getting a jump on the rest of the trade market as they did last year in the deal they made with Baltimore.
Well, that's the other part of it. Billy Beane, by acquiring both Samardzija and Hamill, he takes one of those guys off the market for a competitor.
Else.
Yeah, the Angels or somebody.
Well, I think the hardest part for a lot of Cub fans to kind of wrap their arms around, and you can understand it. You know, the team's playing its best baseball of the season. Winners of 4 in a row, 25-19 over their last 44. But that has only gotten them to 8 games under 500 in a pretty stacked division. One and 2 on Ramos. Up and in that time. And whether you want to or not, or like to or not, if you're Theo and Jed and the Cubs front office, you're paid to make cold, hard business decisions when it comes to your baseball organization.
And you have this plan that you've been executing for a couple of years now. Why would you abandon ship at this point? You know, building towards this scenario where they're going to have, you know, sustained success, where you have one wave of prospects coming to the big leagues after another, guys that you either can develop and bring to the big leagues or move for assets from another club, you know, later on as you're ready to go for it, like the A's are this year.
Well, the other thing I'm seeing occasionally here is now this pushes the window back. My reaction would be no. It's the opposite. The longer you wait to make these deals, the more it would push it back. You want to strike while you can. It feels to me, JD, like they sold high on Samardzija. Certainly did on Hamill, who put together the best first half of his career. You had a team in the A's willing to give up 2 of its top prospects, plus a pitcher in Dan Straley who could really help this ball club at some point as well.
And depending on which publication you're reading, or what, you know, one of these scouting services, that's not the right terminology, but prospect lists and things of that nature, you're talking about now having 3 of the top 7 in baseball,
and roughly 6 of the top 40. Yeah, and that's the other thing we should point out, as Gonzalez hit that ball hard, but Alt knocked it down and throws him out to end the inning. We'll continue this conversation with our Cubs insider, Patrick Mooney. The Nationals get 1 and lead it 1-0.
Spruce up your yard with help from Black & Decker and Menards. This 13-inch cordless trimmer allows you to choose between 6 power settings. It easily converts to an edger to complete any job. Just $119. Easily spray latex and oil-based paints, stains, and sealers with the Wagner Flexio 590 sprayer. Its simple flow control and spray pattern adjustments give you complete control for any project. $129 after rebate.
Save big money at Menards.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced, or descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Turning a 20-foot wall into a canvas takes vision. So will getting into college. I've got what it takes. So do you.
MLB.tv Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, is now available. Watch every out-of-market game live or on demand in true HD. MLB.tv Premium includes a free subscription to @Bat14, allowing you to watch on your supported smartphones and tablets. Plus, watch on your favorite devices, including Xbox One and Sony PlayStation 4. Get home or away feeds, DVR controls, and multi-game views. MLB.tv. It's baseball everywhere.
Follow Patrick Mooney, our Cubs insider, all season long here on Comcast Sportsnet. Brought to you by nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich. Visit Jeff at jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. We've got Patrick with us in the booth to kind of break down this trade. And I just want to finish, get your thoughts on a point I was going to make as we went to break. And I actually tweeted an article from 538.com about top prospects according to Baseball America and kind of what you end up getting from those guys. I think it's important to note that it's the top prospects that you really want. Those guys end up over the course of their careers kind of producing the most wins above replacement. It's not as if the Cubs are just gathering a bunch of top 100 prospects. As JD mentioned, they're getting some of the best in the game today.
Yeah, those 1% type guys. And I was just listening back over to Theo's conference call when I was downstairs, and the point I left it at was he was saying how hard it is to build around a young pitching core. And obviously Cubs fans remember Kerry Wood, Mark Pryor, but if you look at kind of the New York Mets now, if you have guys with Tommy John, injuries, attrition, but these guys that they got are safer type bets that they think that these guys are coming and they'll be up here pretty soon.
So your overall reaction to the timing of the deal, did you sense earlier this week that it was this close to happening? It sounded like the guys who were dealt were surprised. Samardzija was supposed to be on the mound today.
Yeah, I think the A's were in a unique situation where I don't think anyone else probably could have got those two guys because they had that Addison Russell trade chip, and they had the need and kind of the aggressiveness.
One out here in the inning as Villanueva strikes out. That'll bring up Junior late. Based on your conversations with people, do you feel like the Cubs are done, or will it be a busy month?
I think certainly there's a couple more guys in there, pieces they can move. Everyone's kind of wondering who's next. I think probably the biggest deal is what are they going to do with all these shortstops? Eventually they might have to make a move there. And then certainly just, where they're going to find the pitching. With all these prospects, do you put them together to get a frontline pitcher or a huge established bat? They can go in a lot of different directions.
Sure, yeah, I think that's the value in acquiring as many guys as they have. If they decide they need to trade for pitching down the road, they've got some chips they could do that with. And ideally, you're trading then for a pitcher who's maybe a little bit younger and somebody you could control for a number of years.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, there are no guarantees, especially when you're talking about prospects. But as you just said, Patrick, they're taking the safest route you can take in terms of building your minor league system by going the position player path. And then you look at what they've been able to do to develop a rotation, to develop a bullpen. We've mentioned Chris Bosio and the pitching infrastructure the Cubs have. The way I look at it right now, the biggest challenge is going to be getting or developing a #1 starter. The minute you trade Jeff Samardzija, you're kind of looking for the next Samardzija. So that's kind of the biggest chip that may be the last thing to fall in place.
And Theo explained their thinking earlier today of just if you look at the game now, the way it's tilting, it's hard to find those impact premium bats. And that you look up and down pitching staffs, I mean, everyone's throwing, it seems, upper 90s. There's a lot of options out there, and that they feel like they've really put themselves in a position where they can kind of hoard all these bats and figure out what they want to do with it, and that it's harder and harder to find offensive forces.
I guess the analogy would be the fantasy football. If there's a position that's really, really deep, you kind of wait and take your quarterback in the 6th round, but you go, well, there are only 4 or 5 top wide receivers, so you better grab one now, and that's what the Cubs are doing based on the landscape. Yeah. People can understand the fantasy football analogy. I know that. 3-2 on Ruggiano. So it was a night of fireworks, I guess, literally and figuratively for the Cubs last night.
Yeah, and Jason Hamill went out with a bang. That was good for us. That was a nice little story there at the end. And Theo said he left him a voicemail saying, I totally understand why he said that.
The pitch count.
Pitch count thing. But that, they had kind of had an inkling, that it was heading this way earlier in the day, and that they didn't want to overextend him.
In the corner on the warning track as Ruggiano is bidding for his 3rd homer in as many games, but comes up a little bit short. Patrick, thanks for the time. And read more Patrick's analysis. CSNChicago.com. 1-zip Nationals.
We've been conditioned to accept less and less in the name of style and sophistication. But to us, less isn't more. More is more. Abundant space, available leading-edge technology, impeccable design. The Lexus ES350 and EPA-estimated 40 mpg ES Hybrid. Take advantage of special July 4th offers now through the 7th on the 2014 ES350. See your Lexus dealer.
Introducing Domino's new specialty chicken. We bake our boneless white meat chicken with topping, sauces, and cheese right on top. It's a little unexpected, but hey, that's what we do. Order 2 of our new specialty chicken or medium 2-topping pizzas for only $5.99 each.
Good afternoon, Chase Sapphire. This is Stacy from Springfield.
Direct access to a live advisor so you can get answers fast and get back to the beach. Chase Sapphire Preferred, so you can.
So tell me about that AT&T Best Ever Family pricing thing.
It's 10 gigs of data to share with unlimited talk and text, and for a family of 4, that's $160 a month.
$160 a month? Sign us up.
Maybe we sign you up at the store after this.
Right, because this is the food court.
Yeah, it's the food court.
AT&T's Best Ever Family pricing. For instance, a family of 4 gets 10 gigs of data with unlimited talk and text for $160 a month.
Weeknights. Don't miss Sports Talk Live on Comcast Sportsnet. David Kaplan leads a roundtable on the day's hottest topics, interviews Chicago's biggest stars, and interacts with you, the viewer. Sports Talk Live, presented by the all-new Chevy Silverado. Weeknights on Comcast Sportsnet.
Welcome back. Bottom of the 3rd. Nationals lead 1-zip. Every Sunday is Kids Retro Toy Sunday at Wrigley Field on Sunday, July 13th. It's a 1:20 ball game. Cubs Braves. First 5,000 kids 13 and younger will receive a Cubs Etch-a-Sketch. After the ball game, the first 1,000 kids 13 and younger will have an opportunity to run the bases. For more information or to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com.
Second time through the order for Carlos Villanueva. Trailing 1-0.
Ricky Renteria was hoping for 3 innings, maybe 50 pitches out of Carlos here this afternoon. He's starting the 3rd. He's thrown 40 pitches. He might lobby for one more if this goes cleanly. That's why they're going to need to call a reliever up, because after this outing, Carlos will be down for a couple of days.
Cubs are playing basically today with a 24-man roster. Oh, 2 to Span. Inside, and he held. It's Ted Barrett. We want to wish veteran umpire Gary Darling the best. He has retired after 28 seasons in the majors, including 2 World Series. Been on the disabled list this year. Major League Baseball also announcing Quinn Walcott has been added to the full-time staff. Got any good Gary Darling stories? He started in full-time staff in '88.
Yeah, no, I don't.
At your prime.
I guess that's a good thing if you don't have a good umpire story that didn't become part of the story. Most of them, though, there was some controversy along the line for Gary. There's always big calls in important games.
Base hit left field for Span. Always a threat to run as well.
Scotland robbed him of a base hit first time up. This time wins the battle. Solid line drive single. Left-handed hitters coming into this game are hitting .338 off of Carlos.
Yeah, you make a great point about Gary Darling, and you think about how fulfilling a job it is being an umpire. Part of it is not being noticed, which is kind of counterintuitive, I guess. There are so few jobs at this level available. It's a very difficult path to get here. You're always on the road, but yet people still want to do it. How'd you like to get yelled at for a living? I've always tried to be as fair with umpires as possible, but every once in a while you just see a bad call and you get frustrated.
It's the same way as you do as a player, right? You just point out if a player has a bad day, player makes a mistake, you point it out. It's not personal. Same thing with an umpire. If you second guess a decision he makes out there on the field, so, boy, I think he missed that one, and that's the beauty of this instant replay now. There's less screaming at the umpires. It's more, hey, let's take another look. It's a kinder and gentler era for the umpires now because of replay. Balls and strikes are not replayable, so you just still see a fair bit of bickering back and forth from the dugouts. So that's going to be the question too. Over time with replay, will they be able to identify? Well, they'll be able to. Will they make it public? You know, whose calls get overturned the most? Is there enough of a sample to really tell whether that guy's doing a better job, or is he just in the wrong place at the wrong time? A better or worse job?
One strike to Rendon. The pitch couldn't help himself. 0-2.
The other piece of the equation, though, with umpires is the personal side of it. I remember guys that umpired when I was playing that had the reputation of not being necessarily good umpires in terms of their judgment, their ball and strike zone, even some of their on the bases, safe out calls. But we thought of them as good umpires because they were good guys, and they worked hard, and they cared, and if they blew it, they'd tell you.
Well, Villanueva's had a few pitches today, especially with 2 strikes. He thought he had for strike 3, but has not gotten the call from Will Little. Let's see where this one was according to pitch tracks. Just off the corner.
Yeah, so far I haven't seen anything that's been egregious where you go, oh my goodness, he blew that one. As a matter of fact, he's been pretty darn consistent back there today.
And the dirt knocked down by Castillo. Okay, so let me, you don't have to name anybody, but were there guys you thought were great umpires who were not good guys? You said you respected them as great umpires, but didn't love them as
other way around,
the way they quote behaved on the field.
Yep, it was.
Okay,
the guys that were had the reputation of being great ball strike guys, really ran the game well, but they were very difficult to talk to on the field. And then there were the guys that everybody had a problem with, that they were not easy to get along with, and they were bad umpires.
Made mistakes. Yeah. Russin is up along with Justin Grimm. That's Chris Russin.
But you know, there wasn't many of those.
We'll see if Span is on the move. He is. Fouled back.
A lot of it too is just whether you were a pitcher or a hitter. Some guys had really big strike zones. Pitchers loved them. Frank Pulley. If you were coming into a series and you know you were going to pitch like the 3rd day, and you saw Frank out there at second base, you knew he was going to be your home plate umpire. You were like, yes. And you could just be 4 inches off the outside corner all day, and Frank was going to call it a strike.
The 3-2. Foul pop. Rizzo will watch it just get over the barrier.
So Chris Russet, who will come in behind Carlos Villanueva, is warming up, but it looks like Justin Grimm maybe as well. There's Grimm. So maybe if there's a big situation where they have to get a tough right-handed hitter out in this inning to finish the inning, Grimm will get the call, and then Russet. Anthony Rendon walked last time. Tough guy to finish off. He's got a real short stroke.
Likes to get a maximum lead over there. That's what good base stealers do.
Quick feed here by Carlos. $13 out of 15 for Span this year in the stolen base department.
Given a deep left, Coughlin back on it. It's going to be over his head. Span coming around third on his way to the plate. He will score from first on a double by Rendon. 2-0 Washington. We have seen a lot of good stuff from Anthony Rendon here the last couple of weekends. Really good at bats.
Yeah, this is a kid who does not have a lot of time in the league. The more he develops, the better he's going to be. I think he's a guy who's going to hit for a very high average throughout his career, and the power is there too. He's hit 12 home runs this year. You may see him become a 310, 320 batting average guy, 25 bomb potential.
Two on Worth. The righty coming back inside. Struck him out with a high fastball last time. It's interesting, Carlos Villanueva obviously doesn't throw very hard, but he gets some funky swings and reactions from hitters because, as you said, he'll throw any pitch in any count. Yeah, I think his slider has become his best pitch.
That or the changeup. Outward frustration now. Thought he had the inside corner that time. Number 5 is off the plate inside again. Will Little got it right. You understand the frustration of Carlos. He's a finesse guy. He needs to get those corner calls. Thought he made his pitch.
Tomahawked into center. Lake will not get this one. That ball took off. Rendon will score easily. Worth's got a double. First career hit for him against Villanueva, and it's 3-0 Washington.
Beat him upstairs last time. Tried it again this time. Didn't get away with it.
That'll be it for the starter.
Top hand there.
So a short outing for the emergency starter Villanueva today. We're going to see Chris Russin, the left-hander, when we come back to DC.
Chicago is a place where made in America still means something, and trust means everything. And when it comes to the cars Americans trust most, Honda is America's best, with many models built right here in America from suppliers right here in the Midwest. So this 4th of July, we're celebrating with deals like Accord for just $199 a month or 0.9% financing for well-qualified buyers. Don't miss big deals on America's best cars during the America's Best weekend event at your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers today.
Refreshment calls, Coors Light answers.
Anybody else?
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
So tell me about that AT&T best ever family pricing thing.
It's 10 gigs of data to share with unlimited talk and text, and for a family of 4, that's $160 a month.
$160 a month? Sign us up.
Maybe we sign you up at the store after this.
Right, because this is the food court.
Yeah, it's the food court.
AT&T's best ever family pricing. For instance, a family of 4 gets 10 gigs of data with unlimited talk and text for $160 a month.
Left-hander Chris Russin made one appearance in April with the Cubs. 5 innings at St. Louis, gave up only 1 run. He's back on the big league roster today. In fact, pitching in relief of Carlos Villanueva once again. Came in after Villanueva in St. Louis in April.
Sinker his best weapon when he's on his game. People get a lot of ground balls. Excuse me. 2-6 last year in 13 starts with the Cubs with a .393 earned run average. 6-10 down at Iowa this year in 16 starts.
From Detroit, went to the University of Kentucky. Still nobody out. It's Adam LaRoche with Worth at second. In the dirt, ball 1.
So he's kind of like a left-handed version of Carlos Villanueva in that he's not going to overpower you with velocity. He's going to mix his pitches up, curveball change, throw a little cut fastball.
It's a fair ball. Throw to third. Late. Took a chance. But it was not a forced play there, so everybody's safe.
Yeah, that ball should have gone to first base. Try to get some outs here. Nobody out in the inning. It's hard, you know, you don't have time to think about the play. You just go make the play, but it's a situation there where you have to feel really confident that you're going to get your man to make that play. Still early enough in the game where you're still thinking about getting outs. Later in the ball game, you're down 3 runs. Absolutely. Just trying to nail this lead. Runner can't afford to give up any more.
First and third for Zimmerman. Day-night doubleheader in Boston today. The Red Sox a 3-2 winner in the first game over the Orioles. Pinch hit RBI single in the bottom of the ninth by Jonathan Herrera, the game winner.
Talked to Chris briefly this morning. He said he last pitched on Wednesday. So he's coming back here a couple days short. Chris, originally a 4th round pick in the 2009 draft. Been with the Cubs organization his entire career.
No hitter on May 7th at New Orleans. Hook down the right field line. Fair ball. They will add on. Worth will trot home. LaRoche is standing at third. It's another double. Third 2-base hit of the inning for the Nationals. Zimmerman's 2 for 2, and it's 4-0.
Up the middle the other way is a good approach against a guy like Chris Russell, who likes to sink that fastball, try to get you to roll over on the ball. Zimmerman in that at bat, he's thinking, whatever you do, don't roll over and hit a ground ball and give the Cubs an opportunity to turn 2.
Ted Barrett said Harper went around. 1 strike. Oh, 0-2. Struggle for Villanueva in his 5 starts this year. Gave up 4 runs today and 2+. Has been much better in relief. That gets away. Runners will advance. LaRoche scores. Zimmerman to third.
Ball maybe hits just the front of home plate, takes a tough bounce on Castillo, who's usually very good at blocking the ball, but that one was pretty high on the degree of difficulty chart.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. for the first out. Bring up Desmond, who knocked in their first run with a single in the second. Infielder's still in. And high for a ball. Cubs a 7-2 winner on Friday. Nationals trying to eve up the season series and set up a rubber game tomorrow. And a base hit. 6-0. Here comes Zimmerman.
Desmond 2 for 2 with 2 driven in now.
Still only 1 out. Ramos, the 8th National to bat this inning. Low for ball 1. Well hit, deep right center. Lake has to play it off the wall. Desmond to the plate. 7-0. That is a long RBI single for Wilson Ramos.
It's not working out so well. Extended on that breaking ball, a little cutter, maybe slider down and in. Ramos thought he hit it out of the ballpark. That's why he ends up on first base. Ricky Renteria out there trying to lift the spirits of his young left-hander. Tough assignment today for both these guys. Carlos being pulled out of the bullpen to make the emergency start. Russin flying in here from the AAA club, not on his normal day.
Six runs in here this third inning. We're going to bat around. Gonzalez shows bunt and takes ball 1. Russin to Barney. Pitch. A strike on Span. Russin to Rizzo, and the inning finally over. 10 batters, 6 runs for the Nationals. They lead at 7-zip at the end of 3.
Refreshment calls, Coors Light answers. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
I got you. You can count on me like 1, 2, 3. I'll be there.
Remember when only Dad could save the day? Sorry. The all-new Genesis with sensory surround safety.
Lease the all-new Genesis from Hyundai for $399 a month. Visit buyhyundai.com.
Critics are hailing Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. It's truly extraordinary, powerful, the true cinematic masterpiece, and the best of this summer's blockbusters. An awe-inspiring achievement. You will be blown away.
Caesar!
War has begun. Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. Rated PG-13.
Visit CSNChicago.com for great deals on your favorite team's merchandise. From jerseys and hats to autographed memorabilia and more. Outfit yourself in your favorite team's gear and visit the fan shop at CSNChicago.com now.
Time for you to tweet your photo using hashtag NorthsideFanPhoto for a chance to have it appear later on in today's broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T. Time now for our Xfinity high-speed action. Good stretch yesterday by Anthony Rizzo on that throw that pulled him off the bag. He was able to get his foot back to the base just before Jason Worth got to it.
Flexibility for the big fella. The bear, the stretching bear. Hut, hut. Omaha. Omaha. Oh, no, that's the other quarterback. That's RG3.
Yeah. Shaking hands and taking pictures with the youngsters.
And the Nationals lead by a touchdown.
Unfortunately, you are correct. 7-0.
They kicked the extra point in the second and scored the touchdown in the third.
All right, so here's a question.
All right.
The All-Star game. Does Jeff Samardzija pitch for the American League?
No. Both those guys would be considered candidates to make the All-Star team.
Carlos
based
Beltran,
on their performance.
Right? Didn't he?
He did, didn't he? How'd that work? What happened there? What did he do?
I'll tell you in a second.
Went from the NL to the AL?
2004? Kansas City, Houston, maybe? Desmond will make the catch and get Rizzo. You were there. You should remember.
I don't remember.
that.
No, gosh, I don't remember what I had for lunch yesterday.
2004, yes. He was selected as an AL reserve, but he went from Kansas City to Houston prior to the All-Star game a couple days before the break. Ken Griffey Jr. tore his hamstring. Beltran named as a replacement. First player to be chosen for one league and ended up playing for the other.
So he had already been chosen, right?
Chosen to be a reserve for the American League.
Right. My guess is...
don't believe he would have played for the American League because he was a National League player.
No, because...
And that wouldn't happen now because it counts.
Yeah. Home field advantage is on the line. My guess is neither one of those guys will make the team.
Okay. So
which would
it's got to be Castro or Rizzo, doesn't it?
Castro or Rizzo. I saw one. There was somebody was promoting Arrieta. But
well, as great a month as Jake had, he sat out the first month. I think.
Yeah, I
in
agree.
all objectivity, that's a tough sell for a guy who missed the first 4 weeks.
Right. For me, Rizzo should be the Cubs representative. I think he's been their best player. But first base is a very crowded situation. So Castro may have the best chance of making the All-Star team. Troy Tulowitzki will win the vote. Manager's going to want to have at least one other shortstop on that team.
Ball 4. First walk issued by Gonzalez. Castillo 1 for 1 today, hit a 2-run homer to center at Fenway Park on Wednesday night. Inside corner, strike. So 3 innings in, Gonzalez now 25 consecutive scoreless frames against the Cubs over his last 4 starts. A fly ball right field. Jason Worth's got it. 2 away.
Yeah, he faced him once in each of the last 3 seasons, including the start at Wrigley here last week. In those 3 starts, 21 innings, 7 innings each time, a total of 7 hits, no runs, 3 walks, and 22 strikeouts. Wow.
Holt struck out his first time. He's coming off a 2 for 5 performance in his last start. It was in Boston. Ramos calls off Gonzalez and fires a strike to LaRoche to end the inning. Cubs strand 1. We go to the last of the 4th. All Nationals today leading 7-0.
It's July 4th. Time to celebrate liberty, freedom, and the pursuit of the most awesome Toyota you can buy.
During Toyota's Independence Sales Event, you can get great deals on a new Camry, RAV4, Prius, Sienna, or Tundra. So hurry into your local Toyota dealer today. And right now, lease RAV4 for just $209 a month for 24 months. Plus, get $500 Independence Day bonus cash. These deals won't last long, so hurry in today. Toyota, let's go places.
Remodeling your home? Demand LP SmartSide trim and siding. It's not only beautiful, but also incredibly tough. Compare to other siding at lpsmartside.com.
Sometimes the best used car on the road is the one you're still using. Right now, get a synthetic blend oil change, including a free battery check for only $19.99 at Firestone Complete Auto Care. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
here in Washington. Chris Russin back in the big leagues after a long stint with the AAA Iowa and made some history earlier this season.
Count we've seen this season by any team. 3-2 delivery, and it's popped up. Shallow center. This is trouble. And it's got
wow.
An absolute phenomenal diving catch by Matt Caesar.
That was impressive.
That was great. And the Iowa Cubs are going to dogpile Chris Russin.
They are. That center fielder saved the no-hitter, right? I mean, that was just,
That was
you're
a
right.
great play. He had
Tim,
to
that
come
was
get
a
it.
spectacular catch.
He had to come get it.
That was at New Orleans. What a play by Matt Caesar to finish it. That's like the worst way to have a no-hitter broken up, right? The flare in front of one of the outfielders.
Watch it go.
Rendon has been on both times as the Nationals have busted out the big lumber today. Look, he had an emergency starter, an emergency call-up. Cubs were scheduled to have their ace on the mound. It's a strange day, no question.
Very decisive down there. 16 starts, a decision every time.
And 2. Here it comes. This is starting to look like every at bat Anthony Rendon has.
You know, and we talk every year around the draft about all the misses at the top of the draft, first round picks that, you know, that have been some big misses in the history of the game. But you look at this Nationals club, they're loaded with guys they got in the top of the draft, or guys that came from other organizations that were first round picks. This kid, Harper, Strasburg, Zimmerman, all first round picks. Gio Gonzalez was a first round pick of the White Sox. Denard Span was a first round pick of the Twins.
One strike on Worth.
He was a first round pick of the Orioles. Kind of what the Cubs are trying to do, right? Collect all this high ceiling talent.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen Addison Russell play. I've just read a lot about him. I thought we saw Billy McKinney briefly with the A's in spring training. Dan Straley, I think, pitched against the Cubs last year. They're not all going to pan out. But man, if you pile up a lot of quantity and a ton of quality to go with it, you give yourself a really good chance. And a base hit into center. So McKinney, last year's first round draft pick of the A's. Only 19 years old. So he's a little further behind the 20-year-old Russell, who went into this season as Oakland's top prospect according to Baseball America. Should be 2. And it is, and that'll end the inning. A 6-3 double play. We have completed 4 late afternoon ball from D.C. It's 7-0 Nationals.
It all starts with the bread. We wake up thinking about it, then bake it fresh in-store every day. It's a pretty good job with some nice fringe benefits. But we know you've been thinking about it too, because it's the very foundation of your sandwich. You don't take that lightly, so we're always trying to make it even better. That's why we added some ingredients and took others out. We think it's our best bread yet, but come in and see for yourself. Bread is on the rise. That's
DirecTV Cinema's summer offer has been extended. Get $10 back when you order any 4 movies this month, like The Lego Movie.
Oh no, your boyfriend's gone.
Hey, babe. What? Jack Ryan's Shadow Recruit.
You know you sold this as an office job.
300, Rise of an Empire.
You're no god, you're just a man.
And Lone Survivor.
Rules of engagement says we cannot touch that.
Order any 4 movies this month and get $10 back. DirecTV Cinema, starting at channel 125.
I'm Dr. Andy, the Kia man. At Evergreen Kia, we're always fighting high prices. Yeah! And other people's high payments. Kia! Whoa! Have no fear. Kia man is here, and I'll defend you from these guys, their high prices and their high payments, and all the other competition.
And you'll save hundreds on gas with our fuel-efficient Kias, like this new Kia Sportage, loaded with equipment and gets 28 miles per gallon. Only $18,895 or $174 a month.
Take good care of my Kia, and we'll take good care of you.
Cabin Hall, coming July 21st.
Tomorrow, the weekend series wraps up as the White Sox host the Seattle Mariners. 12:30 for White Sox Pregame Live. It's presented by Lexus of Orland. White Sox hosting the Mariners tomorrow, 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Looking for a great spot to enjoy sunshine baseball and all you can eat and drink at Wrigley Field this summer? Well, we've got the place for you. The Budweiser Patio gives you the opportunity to do all that in prime home run territory. Cubs.com/suites for information.
Gio Gonzalez in control today. Big lead, 7-0. Pitch number 70 is a curveball outside on Chris Coughlin. Gonzalez has been an all-star twice. Named the top left-hander in baseball in 2012. That's the Warren Spahn Award. Nice pick over there by Rendon at second on the one-hopper, and he makes the play.
.75 and 52 lifetime for Gio Gonzalez. His debut came against the Cubs, or his first outing against the Cubs rather, was April of 2012, and that one did not go all that well. Since then, it's been really, really good.
From South Florida, born in Hialeah. It's in the Miami area. 0-1 on Darwin Barney.
They got a racetrack there.
Yes, they do.
He's in the proverbial rocking chair. You know who was in the literal rocking chair?
Who's that?
Pepper Bassett. 1942. He's a catcher in the Negro Leagues. Caught the final inning of a ball game in a rocking chair. It's the Cincinnati Clowns and the Baltimore Grays back in 1942. It's good stuff. Must not have thrown a lot of pitches down around the knees.
I was going to
right?
say the key is to catch it.
Yeah.
If you do that, you don't have to worry about it. Russin, a good athlete. pop. Zimmerman. And the Cubs go down quickly and quietly in the 5th. 7-0 Washington.
You know things will always change. So you need an airline that can change a ticket without charging a fee. An airline that does more and asks less. Where you need to be is just as important to us as it is to you. Hassle-free ticket changes. Just one of the many little things we can do to roll with you. If it matters to you, it matters to us.
It all comes down to this. Danny Walker at the plate. Bottom of the 9th, 2 outs.
Come on, Danny, this is it.
Walker digs in.
Really wish I could finish this, but I'm so tired. Gotta get up in a few hours.
Stream your favorite movies with UVerse high-speed internet. With AT&T, the UVerse revolves around you.
Think Honda CR-V offers the tech you want? Think again. Only Ford Escape has an innovative foot-activated liftgate and the great fuel efficiency of EcoBoost. Because at Ford, we know you have your hands full.
Now get an Escape with 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,500 cash back, or lease for just $199 a month.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chris Bowden. This is your Coors Light Cold Hard Fact Sportsnet Central update. As you all know by now, Theo Epstein and Jed Hoyer pulled the trigger on a July 4th blockbuster deal. We'll hear from Theo, get all the reaction from the Cubs clubhouse, and head out to Oakland to learn a little bit more about Addison Russell, Billy McKinney, and Dan Straley tonight on Sportsnet Central at 6:30. Before that, join Todd Hollingsworth and me after the game for Cubs Postgame Live. But here and now, back to D.C., Len and J.D.
Welcome back. The Chicago Sports Museum and Harry Carey's 7th inning stretch are now open at Water Tower Place. The museum combines high-tech interactive experiences with an impressive collection of game-used treasures. Come challenge your friends or just yourself.
Washington, D.C., 4th of July weekend. Cubs winning yesterday, scoring 7 times. The Nationals have put up 7 today. Curve is high on Zimmerman. Here's a pitch. Pop down the right field line. Over is Ruggiano with the sunglasses on. 2-2 Mariners and White Sox in the 12th. In Chicago, Yankees and Twins just finished. The Twins just won it 2-1 in the 11th.
There's another trade in baseball today. The Angels acquired left-handed reliever Joe Thatcher and former Cub Tony Campana from the Diamondbacks for an outfielder by the name of Zach Borenstein and minor league right-hander Joey Kriebel. I'll go with Kriebel, Krehbiel.
One and one on Harper in this series so far. 0-for-5 with 3 strikeouts. Recently coming back from thumb surgery. Missed 57 games. Drives that one out into left center, but it'll be run down by Coghlan. Desmond with 2 hits and 2 knocked in. Marlins came back, overcame a 5-1 deficit and beat the Cardinals in St. Louis 6-5. Pirates lead the Phillies 3-1 in the 6th in Pittsburgh. Desmond walks.
Yeah, Jaime Garcia of the Cardinals may need surgery again. He's got some nerve issues, experiencing numbness in his hand. Made 7 starts this year. He's currently on the DL with shoulder soreness. I think the Cardinals would be in the market for a pitcher.
One of those years, just kind of hanging around. Haven't really put it all together yet.
Had a number of injuries to the rotation, and that pipeline over there has been so productive. Seems like they just reach down, hey, let's pluck this guy up here and he'll be a 15-game winner for us. But sooner or later that's going to dry up, I would think.
Joe Kelly, Kevin Segrist out of their bullpen, Jaime Garcia, Michael Wacha, all currently on the disabled list.
Remember they skipped Wainwright to start too a while back, so there were some concerns there.
Yeah. Swing and a miss to end the inning. To the 6th, 7-0 Washington.
Picking up pieces of my life, sometimes there's ones I just can't find, but they found a home with you. And when I think about the things that we've been through, I know just one thing is true. Life is better with you. Whoa, whoa. Life is better with you.
Jack Link's Beef Jerky presents Messin' with Sasquatch. Jack Link's Jerky. Feed your wild side.
Tomorrow on Comcast Sportsnet, this is Beer Money.
Ring the bell.
We ask the questions.
Give me a clue.
You win the cash.
Now it's the tricky part.
Get the question wrong? You go home empty-handed.
Give me the money back.
Don't miss Beer Money, presented by Coors Light, the sports trivia game show that has Chicago talking.
We have a winner here.
Tomorrow at 7, only on Comcast Sportsnet. After every Cubs game, stay tuned for Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs Postgame Live. Cap and Holly break down the game and take you live to the stadium to hear from Renteria and the players. Cubs Postgame Live after every Cubs game on Comcast Sportsnet.
Welcome back. It's a beautiful day here in the nation's capital, but Cubs aren't having a whole lot of fun. They're down 7-zip. Clark, that guy, he's always fun. He's the official team mascot of the Cubs, and he can be part of your next event, from charity events, wedding receptions, birthday parties, grand openings, Little League games, you name it, he can do it. Clark wants to be part of the fun. Email Clark directly at clark@cubs.com or visit cubs.com/Clark for more information on how to book Clark for your special event. If you read that wrong, Clark is getting slashed and booked. That's not really what we want to do.
No.
Don't do that.
Yeah, we mean booked as in scheduled. Junior Lake leading off the Cubs' 6th inning, and he fouls off. He has struck out and grounded out on a bunt attempt.
Told you the story about the Astros mascot years ago, the original Orbit, many years ago.
Yeah.
They were out doing a little ticket drive or some kind of a function, and let's see if Zimmerman. He's better on the run. He can make that throw when he's on the move. Still a little funky looking, but he's better than when he's just kind of setting his feet, throwing the ball across the diamond. Hasn't had a lot of action today. He's had good hands, great hands, former Gold Glove winner. But anyway, Orbit, the mascot for the Astros, used to have this little ray gun, and he thought it would be fun to walk up to the drive-through teller at this bank and like in the strip center parking lot and point the ray gun at the teller.
Off the end of the bat, blooped into center for the Cubs' 4th hit.
It didn't go over real well with the teller or anybody else at the bank, and I believe Orbit got hauled in for some questioning. You know, in those mascots, they don't talk, so he just stood there with his ray gun pointing it at the teller at the drive-through window.
Maybe he thought he was in a promotional commercial type thing. Someone sent him a script.
I just thought, I'm a funny mascot guy. I've got this little ray gun. I'll have some fun. And
not so funny. Foul just wide of third.
Rookie mistake. Ruggiano on a nice run here. It's 12 out of his last 27 coming into this ball game, and of those 12 hits, 5 doubles, a couple of home runs, an .852 slugging percentage. A pretty good week for Ruggiano, 1 out of 3 here today. Shearholtz has been trending upwards. Chris Coughlin as well. Production from the Cubs outfielders to this point has been woeful, but again, much better here of late. Hopefully they can continue that in the second half.
Swing and a miss for strike 3. Rizzo nothing for 3 today. 2 down. 6th strikeout for Gonzalez.
Anthony 0 for 5 in the ball game yesterday. He did have an RBI on a ground out. This is a tough pitch. Sweeping, breaking ball, and perfectly executed.
Two strikes on Starlin, a single, caught stealing in the second, and he walked in the 4th. Miguel Cabrera is pretty good. So is Robinson Cano. And everybody else on that list.
Well, what I like about Castro this year is not only is he getting his base hits, but he's driving the ball.
Yeah, hitting for power.
$11 long ones, among the league leaders in doubles.
The kick, though, 1-2, hit on the ground past Zimmerman, but not by Desmond, and a good short hop pick rather by LaRoche at the other end. Gonzalez doing it to the Cubs yet again. 7-0 in the 6th.
Real sports fans want to watch the game live, and nobody has more live sports than Xfinity. This is our sports app.
It'll show you every game that's playing live and every game that's scheduled to play.
It's got everything I need.
Live scores updated right now. See these live games highlighted in white? Click on any of them and watch live.
Fourth quarter, it's all tied up. I want to see this triple overtime game.
Wow, that's amazing. This is the ultimate experience right here.
Enjoy the most live sports like never before with an Xfinity X1 Triple Play. See for yourself. Call 1-800-XFINITY.
Tomorrow, the Sox and Mariners close out their 3-game set at U.S. Cellular Field with a chance to make a statement. Dunn and Alexei are ready to do damage. Coverage starts at 12:30 with White Sox Pregame Live. White Sox, Mariners, tomorrow at 12:30 on CSN.
Save even more at the Room Place 4th of July sale.
I want you to save the tax.
Now through Monday, we'll pay your sales tax. Plus, during our 4th of July sale, get up to $1,000 cash back or up to 4 years free financing and free furniture in every department. Don't miss your chance to get 4th of July savings, and we'll pay your sales tax now through Monday. Get it all at the Room Place.
Turning a 20-foot wall into a canvas takes vision. So will getting into college. I've got what it takes. So do you.
The Cubs page on CSNChicago.com.
Welcome back. The long and winding road heads to Cincinnati. It'll be 5 games in 4 days. It all starts Monday at 6 p.m. here on CSN. Cubs at Reds. Mike Leake. Edwin Jackson will do the pitching.
Gonzalez will bat. Leading off the National 6. 20 straight scoreless innings for him overall now. He's not allowed a run, including today, which is in progress over his last 3 starts. At Milwaukee on the 23rd, at Wrigley Field on the 28th of June, and here today. And he hits a ground ball to Castro. Gonzalez broke his bat and barely got out of the box.
No need to spend a lot of energy there. Routine ground ball to short.
Ooh. Dangerous there. Off of third. Rays all over the Tigers by this same score, 7-0. They're in the 7th in Detroit. Logan Forsythe has homered for Tampa Bay. Braves lead the Diamondbacks 7-4 in the 6th in Atlanta. Brewers 1, Reds 0. They're in the 7th in Cincy. Did I see Ryan Braun?
Back spasms.
Okay. Did he start? Did
Yes.
he leave the game? Okay.
Left the game. How about Clayton Kershaw? Is he up to 36 scoreless now?
Yeah. Pitched last night, 9-0 over the Rockies in Denver. 8 innings, 2 hits. One away.
What do Orel have? 59 scoreless.
59.
Drysdale's record. Drysdale had that record, consecutive scoreless innings for the longest time, and then Hershiser got it. Actually, it was the final start of the year. Hershiser broke Drysdale's record. Went on to have a handful more in the postseason, but they don't count. And now Kershaw making a run at Orel. It's a Dodger thing.
Two outs here in the 6th. A strike on Rendon. Make it 0-2. We will chat with Cubs Executive Vice President and General Manager Jed Hoyer probably in the next half inning about today's big trade with the Oakland A's. Driven to left and pretty deep. Coghlan plays it off the top of the wall. That ball was about a foot away from being a home run. As it is, it's a double.
Cubs don't have an answer for this kid. Walking 2 doubles today, did a lot of damage in the series at Wrigley last weekend. Just a good hitter.
On the year, what is he, 2 for 3 today? 10 for 23, 4 doubles, and a triple against the Cubs.
Not shabby.
They're going to say not shaggy, which I would not say about the guy at the plate. Jason Worth. Has lost his razor. But he's going to make it 8-0. His 3rd hit today. Man, is he hot.
Doubles for the Nationals this afternoon. Should have one more. Ramos had run out of the box when he hit his ball off the wall in the 3rd inning. It will be 6 2-base hits. Look at the eyes as he zeroes in on this one. You saw him take that high fastball from Carlos Villanueva and bang it off the wall out in right center. This time he goes down to get that pitch.
Rolled foul by LaRoche. 8 runs on 11 hits for the Nationals today.
4 of those runs charged to Carlos Villanueva, who started the game. He went 2 innings, allowed 5 hits, 4 runs. He was replaced in the 3rd by Chris Russin, who's now been charged with 4. And sometimes you just got to kind of hang in there and take one for the team, and that's the case with Russin here this afternoon. Hang in there as long as possible. Save the bullpen.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Into right, and a base hit, and it's 9-0 as LaRoche drives in Worth. Back-to-back 2-out hits.
If it were a boxing match, you would throw in the towel.
That is not an option in this sport.
No, the paying customers would not be happy if all of a sudden the game just ended. Sorry, we're done. No mas.
To Zimmerman is in there. It's 2-1.
It is the type of day, though, when you start to contemplate a position player pitching.
He took the words right out of my mouth. Up the middle, base hit. Yeah, I mean, assuming Russin can get through this 6th inning, you probably only have 2 more innings to navigate, the 7th and the 8th. But this might be the kind of day you think about it. You're right.
Yeah, there was a couple of blowouts earlier this year when we thought it might happen, and Ricky Renteria said, nah, he doesn't really want to do it. But given the situation they're in now where they're operating a little short, they're going to get somebody up in the bullpen.
Justin Grimm.
He was up back in the 3rd. John Baker would like to go at it. He'd like to try to pitch.
Yeah, I think Darwin Barney would probably flip a knuckleball or something up there if he had the opportunity.
I saw John this morning. I said, what, Jason Hamilton, he didn't take you with him? I said, no, but I was with him when he got the word. And John's got a house out there. He said about 25 minutes from the ballpark in Oakland. He said, I told Jason you could just go ahead and live there.
That's a good teammate. Now former teammate. And they worked very well together, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
Job by Castillo to let it go foul. They would not have had a play on Harper. Matt Garza pitching for the Brewers today. 7 scoreless innings at Cincinnati on just 2 hits. 1-0 Milwaukee as they head to the 8th.
Club's been awfully consistent, haven't they?
They sure have.
I mean, they lost 4 coming into play today, but it just seems to me like they've avoided any real long losing streaks. And some of these other clubs have been up and down. They've been pretty steady.
Winning today 27-18 on the road. Better record away from Miller Park than at home. Rockies lead the Dodgers 7-2. They're in the bottom of the 6th. In Denver, well, Rockies have had a tough go of it. 36-51. Base hit left field. And Bob Henley with a 9-0 lead, deciding to put on the brakes, stopping LaRoche at third. Normally you send him there with 2 outs.
Yeah, blowout game. We're going to play it station to station. Ricky Renteria is going to make a double switch. Looks like he's going to give Anthony Rizzo a blow.
So here's Grimm coming in for Russin, and we'll sort out all the changes when we return to DC.
It's our firm belief that corners are meant to be hugged, not cut. Luxury without compromise. The all-new Audi A3, starting at $29,900. Experience the Summer of Audi event today and get exceptional values on the Audi you've always wanted.
The $4 menu presents many options, yet grants us only one stomach.
Master? How does one decide between the original double and cheese or the fresh guacamole steak burger, the garlic double steak burger, or an all-beef Chicago-style football? How do you decide, Master?
Pictures.
The $4 menu, where all meals are under $4 at Steak and Shake.
Quiet on the set. Take 73. What? It's a saving big is no laughing matter at the Bob Roman Auto Group. Over 7,000 new and used cars online at bobrorman.com.
There's only one Bob Roman.
Valbuena into play third, and he'll hit 9th. Ball goes from third to first. Right-hander Justin Grimm will do the pitching.
2-2, 4.14 the ERA for Grimm. ERA took a little bit of a hit the other night in Boston. He worked the 9th inning in that blowout win. They're always tough situations. He allowed 4 hits, 3 runs in his 1 inning of work. That was the 16-9 Cubs win over at Fenway. His prior appearance was against this Nationals club back in Chicago, and he allowed 2 runs in a third of an inning in that ball game.
Bases loaded. Now the pitch to Desmond. Strike 1. Russin got Gonzalez and Span to start the inning, but then Rendon and Worth with back-to-back doubles. LaRoche and Zimmerman consecutive singles. The pitch. AT&T U-verse Multiview, all Nationals today. They've got 14 hits. Two and one.
That's robust.
So is that fastball, 2-2.
94. Down around the knees. Desmond, a free swinger. He doesn't walk much in those bases loaded situations. Pitchers probably fear walking him, probably throw him more hittable pitches than they probably should. That's my theory.
You're a man of theories, which I like.
Yeah, well, I can't test it. But he fits the profile. You know, he's a guy who he'll chase. He strikes out a lot. He'll expand his zone. But pitchers with the bases loaded sometimes get a little fearful of doing that. They don't want to walk in a run.
The next 2-2 from Grimm is fouled away.
I have another theory too.
Okay.
If there's a stack of newspapers like on a table somewhere in a hotel, the person will always reach for the second paper. See that a lot. There's a fear that somebody pilfered maybe the sports page out of that top paper.
The second one feels like it's more complete.
Spoiled a pretty good pitch there. That one at 95. Back down around the knees. Kind of been up and down with that fastball. He could certainly beat you upstairs. Plenty of velocity. It's a quality pitch there. Something with a little cutting action out there might get the job done. I'm going to try to jam him.
Ooh, strike three called on the inside corner. Has been probably saying, I would argue more vociferously if we weren't ahead by 9.
Chicago is a place where made in America still means something, and trust means everything. And when it comes to the cars Americans trust most, Honda is America's best, with many models built right here in America from suppliers right here in the Midwest. So this 4th of July, we're celebrating with deals like Civic for just $159 a month for 36 months or 0.9% financing for well-qualified buyers. Don't miss big deals on America's best cars during the America's Best weekend event at your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers today.
Refreshment calls, Coors Light answers.
Anybody else?
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Two things you only dreamed would come together. A delicious cheesy quesadilla wrapped around a beefy burrito. The new Quesarito from Taco Bell.
Back back here in Washington as the Cubs will bat in the 7th inning, and we have Cubs Executive Vice President, General Manager Jed Hoyer with us in the booth. And Jed, big trade today with Oakland. We've been talking about it all day, and let's just start by giving us the basics of how this all came about.
Yeah, you know, it's a long process. You know, Oakland made it really clear, you know, very early on that they were going to be aggressive in this trade market. You know, they see a couple-year window where they think they're the best team in baseball. They needed, you know, a top-of-rotation starter, and you know, I give Billy Beane all the credit in the world. You know, I think in today's baseball, teams aren't as aggressive as they once were at the deadline. They kind of hold prospects back, and you know, Billy was, you know, willing to dangle one of the best prospects, you know, in baseball to go out and get a pitcher of Smart's caliber. So it's one of those trades where, you know, we're obviously you know, pleased with our end of it. You know, we're excited about our return, but I got to give Oakland a lot of credit. You know, they were willing to be aggressive, and I really wish them a lot of luck. I think that kind of boldness should be rewarded.
Wellington Castillo leading off for the Cubs here in the 7th. And in terms of what you got in return, obviously Addison Russell, a guy a lot of people have talked about around baseball as one of the best prospects. Billy McKinney and right-hander Dan Straley.
You know, Russell, obviously, you know, he was the key to that deal. He's a guy that really ever since you know, we saw him instructionally right after the draft, he stands out. He's a really precocious player. He's moved very quickly through the minor leagues. He's, you know, in Double-A right now as a 20-year-old, and obviously playing very well. Really slows the game down. Very good hitter, controls the strike zone. You know, has bat speed. He just does a lot of things in the game that you're looking for. And obviously, he's been well recognized as one of the top prospects in the game. And you know, we looked at you know, when we realized that, you know, that there was a chance we needed to move Jeff. You know, the one thing that we felt strongly about was that, you know, we have a lot of depth in our farm system. You know, we've built it up. You know, ultimately, we feel like we're going to get to where we need to go by having those sort of elite building block type players, and we didn't want to go for sort of the depth approach. You know, and we ended up getting two other, you know, very good players in this deal, and a player being named later. But you know, really the key to the deal was Russell and getting that kind of building block player if we're going to trade a player like Samardzija.
How does he profile defensively?
You know, he's a very good defensive shortstop. Really athletic. Really sure hands for a young kid. You know, I think he made maybe 16 errors last year in the minor leagues, which for a minor league shortstop is really low. You know, usually young shortstops make a lot of errors. So he's a steady, sure-handed shortstop. Quick twitch. You know, good arm. So he can stay at shortstop, but you know, I think we were talking before we came on the air. You know, I think that, you know, a lot of people would make too big a deal about the fact that, you know, we now have a bunch of guys that can play shortstop. And I mean, to me, it's really a non-story. You can move those guys all over the place. You know, the Major League Baseball is littered with you know, excellent third basemen. There were one shortstops. When you look at, you know, a guy like Manny Machado in Baltimore, and certainly a ton of guys that are you know, they're playing second base. You know, obviously, you know, Texas, for example, moved Profar over there because they had Elvis Andrus. So, you know, you can never have too many center fielders. You can never have too many shortstops. You can never have too much pitching. I think that those are sort of three rules in baseball. So I do feel like we're fine that way, and certainly there's plenty of playing time all around.
Jed, can you hang for a couple more minutes with us?
Yeah, you got it.
We got a quick half inning there. Today, USAA would like to pay special recognition to all of our service members at home and abroad.
We enlist.
We volunteer.
We serve. Thank you to all the military members and their family for their continued commitment and sacrifice. USAA, proudly serving the financial needs of current and former military members and their families.
Thank you, Daddy, for defending our country.
Thank you for your sacrifice, and thank you for your bravery.
Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you, Daddy.
Military families are uniquely thankful for many things. The legacy of USAA Auto Insurance can be one of them. If you're a current or former military member or their family, get an auto insurance quote and see why 92% of our members plan to stay for life.
At GMC, incredible thinking comes first. Like the GMC Sierra, the first pickup to offer a powerful gas V8 engine that gets an EPA estimated 23 highway miles per gallon. The first to offer an innovative cargo bed with LED lighting. And now for the first time ever, during the GMC Independence Day event, pay no interest for 5 years. Plus, add $1,000 Independence Day cash for the best financing offer this year on a 2014 GMC Sierra 1500. But hurry, this limited time offer ends Monday.
Benny's beverage. Benny's. Hey! Whoa. Okay, I'm gonna do that.
If you can't find it at
Benny's Beverage Depot.
it's probably not worth drinking.
Now, I'm gonna do that again.
Bottom of the 7th as we follow up with Jed Hoyer. Back to the prospects conversation, and I tweeted a link to a 538.com article. It's an inexact science in terms of what Baseball America does, how they rank prospects. But the bottom line is, over the course of time, by and large, with exceptions, the top prospects are the guys ultimately who make the most impact. And that's what you have stocked your system with. Depth guys matter, but the top prospects matter the most.
There's no doubt. I mean, we have a lot of prospect talent. We know that. We also know there's going to be attrition. I don't think any of us deny that. All these names that people bandy about, we're well aware that, some of these guys will, flame out. Some of these guys will get hurt. I mean, this is how it happens. But if you do look, over the course of 10 or 15 year period, looking at prospect lists and stuff, the guys at the top of those lists, especially the position players, those guys are usually, a lot of the guys end up being, playing in all-star games and being real impact players. And I think, when we talk about, depth, I do think, we have depth of top prospects. You sort of allow for some of that natural attrition, perhaps. But even with that, you still have plenty of guys in order to have that really great nucleus. And it's really difficult to trade a guy like Jeff. He's done so much for the organization, and I do think he's getting better and better. Obviously he's a guy that I think has a world of talent, and we wish him all the best. And he was a great teammate and a great competitor, and I think it's always bittersweet to make that kind of deal. But I do feel like sort of from last year's draft until and then the trade deadline and this year's draft and this year's trade deadline, I do feel like we've really gotten healthy as an organization from a young player standpoint, and now it's we're not that far from getting those guys up to the big leagues and getting those guys on the field, and I think it's going to be a really exciting time for a long time.
2-2 the count on Wilson Ramos. The other part of it is the top end pitching. The second you traded Jeff Samardzija, and even at Jason Hamill, you're kind of looking for the next Samardzija and Hamill. Is it fair to say that it's very possible you guys could make a similar deal to the one Billy Beane made today within the next year or two, because of all the prospects you have and the fact that at some point you're going to have to go out and try to find a number 1 or a number 2?
Yeah, I think what Billy did really well is I think the timing was about, okay, we're ready to win right now. I'm going to go out and I'm going to acquire pitching. And I think when you get to that point, when you have the talent on the field, when you have the bullpen set up, Billy knows that the impact that those starting pitchers have right now. So yeah, there's no question. I mean, I think we know that we know we're heavy with hitters. We feel like it's a much safer, healthier way to be as an organization, especially in an era where offense is down. But we know we have to go out and get pitching. We're aware of that, and whether it's through the draft, future trades, free agency, we'll be pounding away at pitching. We do feel good about our infrastructure here. With Chris Bosio and with Lester Strode and Mike Borzello, our catching, we've done a good job of building a group that's allowed us to bring some of these guys in, like Feldman, like Hamill, and have some success. So, we do have some confidence there. But yeah, we need to make a priority of really going out and getting arms, and that's not something we take lightly.
Gio Gonzalez with the base hit. He's had quite a day.
It's not the right day for me to be on in the whole half of the inning.
Well, we appreciate you stopping by, Jed. A busy day for you and the organization, and thanks for dropping by and talking to us and our fans.
Anytime, guys. Yeah, I appreciate you having me on. Obviously it's a difficult decision when you trade a guy like Jeff, but we're excited about the future, and we certainly wish him luck, and hopefully he and Jason can end up getting a ring.
Well, thanks for this time.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
It's Jed Hoyer, Cubs general manager, as Scott Hairston will dig in. Cubs are kind of sick of Gio Gonzalez, man, as he had a couple of starts over these last 2 weekends. That's the other thing I read on Twitter, you know, that hey, this is the easy part, the hard part's when you have to win. None of this is easy.
No, but you
identifying what you want, trading away guys who are a big part of your club. The next part's difficult. All of it's difficult. This is the big leagues.
Yeah, and like we talked about earlier, you know, there's a plan in place for sustained excellence, trying to build up the minor league system so you have this wave of prospects coming through. You get an opportunity to get a kid like this Russell, who's off the charts in terms of his skill set. The timing, you know, of extending Jeff didn't match up. They talked about it. It didn't come to pass. So you got a chance to get something big in return. You can go for it.
Well, and the fact they had an organization, a general manager that matched up not only with what Billy Beane wanted, but what he had available to give to the Cubs. And we're starting to read about some other teams possibly in the mix, but they just didn't have what the Cubs wanted. Swing and a miss.
Well, I think Jed alluded to it when he talked about the boldness and the courageousness of Billy Beane being willing to part with such a high ceiling prospect, because as he said, clubs are hoarding their prospects. Teams don't want to give up those frontline prospects, but the A's are in go for it mode, and they were willing to do it. So, you know, therein lies the match.
Now Rendon. Two balls, no strikes on Anthony Rendon. Did a good cut there and fouled it off.
Plus, think of the marketing opportunities when you bring a guy named Addison to Chicago.
Doesn't hurt.
They have to get a second baseman named Clark. We turn double plays together.
Got a mascot named Clark, but yeah. Addison and Clark. If Gary Sheffield were his agent.
Oh my.
Rendon with another hit, and that ball is going to get all the way into the corner. And again, the Nationals could have scored 2, but instead it'll be just a 1-run two-base hit. He's got 3 doubles today. It's 10-0. Today has just been one of those days, but you look at Grimm's stuff, and has not matched the results so far this year. Clouth for Worth as Matt Williams empties his bench today.
Yeah, it's just a matter of command for Justin. Too many walks and then mistakes out over the plate.
So Worth ends his day 3 for 4, 2 doubles, 2 knocked in, 2 runs. Well, those guys looked like they were extras in the movie Castaway.
Should be out chopping down a tree somewhere.
Yelling at their catcher, Wilson! Wilson! Strike 3. Two down. It'll bring up Kevin Franzen, who went on defense to play third in the top of this inning.
Well placed hitter there, down over the outer third.
Tommy Malone got optioned to AAA by the A's. They had to make room for Hamill and Samardzija. Malone get his numbers here. .6-3 with a 3.55 in 16 starts. Yeah, I think Tommy Malone was involved in one of the Gio Gonzalez deals. In fact, the one that brought him here. Yep.
Finesse lefty. And it's not like the A's were pitching poorly. They've actually pitched very well all year long, but they've got some guys who, you know, it's hard to lean on in the second half. You're not sure what you're going to get out of some of those guys. They've had injury problems. They've got guys who haven't pitched a whole lot of innings in the past. Might falter down the stretch. Certainly understandable that Billy Beane would want to fortify that rotation.
Well, the other thing he can do is he could move Samardzija at some point after the season or next year if they don't want to sign him to a long-term contract. Franzen with a base hit. Gonzalez will score. Rendon will be held at third. Well, the nebulous unwritten rules sometimes cause problems, but Bob Henley down there at third, man, he is adhering to them to a T. He is not letting anybody take that turn around third unless he absolutely has to.
Yeah, and he's handled it just right. I mean, in later stages of a blowout ball game, that's when you really want to slow down. Remember earlier this year, Bo Porter of the Astros got upset with Jed Lowry for bunting in the first inning when they had a 6-0 lead or something. I don't remember the particulars, but early in the game, man, all bets are off. You know, if you're not going to promise to stop scoring, then we're going to keep trying to score. Late in the game, when it's out of hand, that's when you get in trouble if you force the issue, you take extra bases, or, you know. Franzen would try to steal second base here. That would justify somebody getting a fastball in the ribs.
I think today's the day.
for a pitcher, a position player?
Yeah, I feel like the 8th inning. I mean, is there, unless you just want to get somebody an inning out of the bullpen. Grimm's had to labor here in the 7th inning. I'm not lobbying for it.
I am. I'd like to see it.
Might not be a bad idea just to break the ice a little bit.
Positive no, have something fun happen. Yeah.
Two on Zimmerman. The pitch. Another Washington hit, their 19th of the day. Rendon scores. Franzen scores. But for no other reason, saving the ERA of a lot of the bullpen guys. Everything the Nationals touched today drops for a hit.
Got 8 doubles on my scorecard. Looks like they're going to get somebody up. Wesley Wright. Right now, Wesley's like, I don't want any part of this game.
A run in the 2nd, 6 in the 3rd, 2 in the 6th, 4 more here in the 7th. 13 zip.
19 hits, no long balls.
Jake Arrieta is going to pitch tomorrow, coming off a great month of June. What'll happen, we don't know, but he was perfect into the 7th 2 starts ago. No hitter into the 8th in Boston his last time out. Excellent matchup on paper. Jordan Zimmerman goes for the Nationals to wrap up the weekend. 3-1.
A guy pitching with a lot of confidence right now, Jake Arrieta. You can see it his last 2 starts as he comes off the mound after each inning. Body language, mound presence, and justifiably so. He has been so good.
Ball 4. Garza is headed out for the 9th inning in Cincinnati with a 1-0 lead. So it will be Wesley Wright when we come back in the 7th.
You're too low. I know, but Wisconsin is so beautiful in the summer. So much to do. Over. Roger. What? Boating, fishing, biking. Huh? I wish I was down there. Roger.
My name is Kareem.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Looks like I picked the wrong week to quit flying.
I can't believe I ever left this place.
Wow. Welcome home.
Introducing Domino's new specialty chicken. We bake our boneless white meat chicken with toppings, sauces, and cheese right on top. It's a little unexpected, but hey, that's what we do. Order 2 of our new specialty chicken or medium 2-topping pizzas for only $5.99 each.
I'ma take a walk up I got better things to do.
Now T-Mobile is setting music free. Stream all the music you want. Data charges do not apply on the Data Strong network.
At GMC, incredible thinking comes first. Like the GMC Sierra, the first pickup to offer a powerful gas V8 engine that gets an EPA estimated 23 highway miles per gallon. The first to offer an innovative cargo bed with LED lighting. And now for the first time ever, during the GMC Independence Day event, pay no interest for 5 years. Plus, add $1,000 Independence Day cash for the best financing offer this year on a 2014 GMC Sierra 1500. But hurry, this limited time offer ends Monday.
As promised earlier in the game, we have the AT&T fan photo of the game. Looking little guy right there. Go Cubs go. An autographed ball by somebody. Tweet your photo to hashtag Northside fan photo for a chance to have it appear in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by AT&T. Well, whether he wanted to come into this game or not, Wesley Wright has been summoned from the bullpen. Try to finish off this Nationals 8th inning. 2.35 his ERA, his 31st appearance coming here today. He's been tough to hit. 227 the batting average against. 1 home run allowed by the veteran left-hander. 3 strikeouts for every walk. Good stuff. There will be those that say, well, the Cubs were flat because of the trade. I reject that premise. The Cubs were flat because they haven't done anything off Gio Gonzalez. And they gave up a lot of runs because they had to use Carlos Villanueva in a starting role. He'd been really good in relief. He struggled as a starter. And Chris Russin up to provide support with just a couple of days rest. They're just caught short because of the trade. Clubs have been playing really good ball of late. Just treat this as a bump in the road. Turn the page. Get after it tomorrow with Arrieta.
Two is a strike, and that's it for the Nationals in the 7th. But they bat around for the second time today.
I'ma take a walk up I got better things to do.
Now T-Mobile is setting music free. Stream all the music you want. Data charges do not apply on the Data Strong network.
That's a nickel, and that's a dime. Go ahead and keep them in your pocket. You won't be needing them with us. At Southwest, we keep our low fares simple. Because low fares should never mean low service. We don't charge you from A to B, we fly you from A to B. If it matters to you, it matters. matters to us.
I can't believe how much money we saved on our floors at
Luna. I shopped around, so I know we got the best deal.
Right now at Luna, get an incredible 70% off.
773-202. Luna.
Tonight at the Cubs Postgame Live, don't miss Sportsnet Central presented by GMC. Reaction from the Cubs trade, World Cup soccer highlights. See all that and more on Sportsnet Central. Tonight at the Cubs Postgame Live only on Comcast Sportsnet. Check out the Wrigley Field 100 collection at Cubs Authentics, from game-used throwback jerseys and Wrigley Field 100 baseballs to autographed items from your favorite alumni and Hall of Famers. Cubs Authentics has the most exclusive memorabilia to commemorate 100 years of Wrigley Field. Visit Cubs.com/authentics for updates on the newest game used and autographed items. Hairston now in left. Clouth in right. Harper in center. Roller to Desmond, moving a bit to his left. So what is it that Gio Gonzalez has done other than continue to shut out the Cubs every time he faces them? How has he done it?
3-pitch mix, fastball that he moves up and down. Last time the changeup was a real good weapon for him. Curveball has been good today, and of course the early run support certainly helps. 6th spot in the 3rd makes you feel pretty good about your chances out there. Pitchers tend to get aggressive, attack the strike zone. Be a little bit of a deflating feeling on the other side when you fall down by that much early on. It's always been tough to hit. You know, batting average against him typically is pretty low. Pitch count in the past would sometimes be a problem for him. You know, walks from time to time. But again, this is a guy with a 75 and 52 lifetime record, 37 and 20 since joining the Nationals. There's the breaking ball. That was when they started Wrigley. This run he's had against the Cubs, obviously the personnel has changed a fair bit from when he first saw them, but there's something about those blue uniforms that bring out the best in them.
Caught more of the plate than Gonzalez wanted against the guy known to chase. The leap, the pick, stop it. Gio's been pitching, he's been hitting, and now he's fielding. Kind of covers it. 13-0.
It all comes down to this. Danny Walker at the plate. Bottom of the ninth, 2 outs.
Come on, Danny, this is it.
Walker digs in.
Really wish I could finish this, but I'm so tired. Gotta get up in a few hours.
Stream your favorite movies with UVerse high-speed internet. With AT&T, the UVerse revolves around you.
The DirecTV customers you're about to meet have allowed us to switch their service to Dish Network.
I had no idea that Dish Network was lacking in so many channels compared to what I had with DirecTV. I sat down with Madison to try to watch some TV. We tried to find her favorite channels, Nick Jr., Animal Planet, Disney Jr., and none of them were there. She was not happy.
I don't like it.
I'm Dr. Andy, the Kia man. At Evergreen Kia, we're always fighting high prices. Yeah! And other people's high payments. Kia! Whoa! Have no fear. Kia man is here, and I'll defend you from these guys, their high prices and their high payments, and all the other competition.
And you'll save hundreds on gas with our fuel-efficient Kias, like this new Kia Sportage, loaded with equipment and gets 28 miles per gallon. Only $18,895 or $174 a month.
Take good care of my Kia, and we'll take good care of you.
Hi again, everyone. Chris Bowden with this Sportsnet Central update. The Cubs pulled the trigger on a huge deal, sending starting pitchers Jeff Samardzija and Jason Hamill to the Oakland A's for Addison Russell, Billy McKinney, Dan Straley, and a player to be named. We want to hear from you. Give us your thoughts using the Cubs Talk hashtag. We'll get your thoughts when Todd Hollingsworth joins me for Cubs Postgame Live immediately following the Cubs and Nats. But for here now, back to Len and JD in our nation's capital.
Thanks, Chris. Your vote decides today's player of the game. Vote now. Log on to Cubs In-Game Live on CSNChicago.com. Brought to you by Comcast Business Class. I'd say vote for Wesley Wright. Especially if he pitches a scoreless eighth.
There hasn't been much else to
not a lot of candidates today.
Be happy about. Yeah, just 4 hits, and 3 of those came in the second inning when the Cubs failed to score.
4 singles, all by different guys. Castro has a single and a walk. He'd be a candidate.
First 3 pitchers, Villanueva, Russin, and Grimm, all gave up at least 4 earned runs. Garza, complete game shutout. What a performance. 2 hits he gave up at Cincinnati. 1-0 Brewers. 4th career shutout for Garza. Beat Homer Bailey.
Good matchup. Impressive, boy. 1-0 shutout. When one little mistake can cost you, that's impressive. Be a short bullpen for the Cubs tomorrow. Might not be an issue if this guy continues to do what he's been doing lately. Perfect for 6 2 starts ago. 7 2/3 hitless baseball last time against the Sox. That was Stephen Drew breaking up the no-no. One walk to go along with that base hit, 10 punch-outs.
That was a something Monday night. Danny Espinosa batting for Gio Gonzalez, who went 8 shutout, 4 hits, no runs. Way up in the air to left. Ryan Sweeney is there, and he's got it. The newborn fan club is the perfect gift to showcase what it means to be a Cub for life. Get a customized photo announcing the birth on the Wrigley Field marquee, a Cubs birth certificate, Cubs baby stocking cap, and a Cubs Rookie of the Year onesie. Perfect for parents and friends alike. Visit Cubs.com for more info and to sign up today. Dirt to Scott Hairston.
He likes seeing a lefty on the mound. Much better against left-handed pitching. Dodgers have put a 5 spot on the board in the 7th. Now it's 8-7. Rockies over the Dodgers. Pirates beat the Phils 3-2. Volquez beat Buchanan, save for Melanson. Andrew McCutchen hit his 13th. How about Marlon Byrd? Hit a home run today. He now has 17.
Wow. What a renaissance for Marlon Byrd. Great year last year. 17 homers?
Yeah.
Wow. Ground ball picked by Wesley Wright.
There you go.
You are on it.
Player of the day.
4 up, 4 down for him. Ninth inning around the corner. 13-0 for the home team.
When cold refreshment calls, Coors Light answers. Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Think Honda CR-V offers the tech you want? Think again. Only Ford Escape has an innovative foot-activated liftgate and the great fuel efficiency of EcoBoost. Because at Ford, we know you have your hands full.
Now get an Escape with 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,500 cash back, or lease for just $199 a month.
Real sports fans want to watch the game live, and nobody has more live sports than Xfinity. This is our sports app.
It'll show you every game that's playing live and every game that's scheduled to play.
It's got everything I need.
Live scores updated right now. See these live games highlighted in white? Click on any of them and watch live.
Fourth quarter, it's all tied up. I want to see this triple overtime game.
Wow. Wow, that's amazing. This is the ultimate experience right here.
Enjoy the most live sports like never before with an Xfinity X1 Triple Play. See for yourself. Call 1-800-XFINITY.
Cub fans, put on your rally caps for an exciting finish. Brought to you by New Finish Car Polish and the #1 rated scratch remover, Scratch Doctor.
Welcome back. The Cubs invite you to take advantage of free remote parking and shuttle services on night and weekend games. The remote parking lot is located at 3900 North Rockwell. For details, visit Cubs.com.
Craig Stammen. And to finish it up here in the ninth.
Stammen 0-3 with a 274. Pretty good. Part of a very good, very deep bullpen. Cubs got to him last weekend. Won a loss on him, as a matter of fact. Gave up a couple runs in 2 innings of work.
Those rare days this year, I'd say mercifully this one about to come to an end. Cubs have been in a lot of close games. This one has not been. But the best thing about baseball, get right back out here tomorrow. Chance to win the series. There's a base hit to center. Luciano, 2 more hits today.
He's in a nice groove. Eight hits in his last 3 ball games.
Lined for the out, and now 2 down.
Well, if you're ever going to forgive a base running mistake, I guess it would be in a game like this.
What's left of this big crowd. Getting on their feet. A fly ball to center. Harper and the Sun now back in the shadows makes a catch. And the Nationals shut out the Cubs today. 13-0 the final. Gio Gonzalez 8 more shutout innings against the Chicago Cubs. That's 30 consecutive scoreless innings against the Cubs in his last 4 starts against them. And he is our GMC player of the game.
Yeah, a day in which the Nationals were raining doubles all over this ballpark. Gio Gonzalez stood out on the mound as he shuts the Cubs down yet again. 4 hits of scoreless baseball, 8 innings. He walked 1, punched down 7.
So rubber match tomorrow. Cubs 4-game winning streak comes to an end for JD and our entire crew. John Walsh, Skip Ellison, David Duvall, Mark Harper, Jim Corno Jr., Len Casper saying so long from Nationals Park. 13-0 Nationals final. We're back with you here on CSN 6 o'clock Central Monday night from Cincinnati. Coming up next from our downtown Chicago studios, Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs Postgame Live.
Well, the Washington Nationals even the series, and how. The 5-game road win streak is over for the Cubs as the Nats hang a baker's dozen in the middle game of this 3-game set. First loss the Cubs have experienced here so far in this road trip. And Todd Hollandsworth, you thought in the pregame show this may have been a little bit of a trap game with all things considered, and the Cubs fell right into that trap.
Well, that's just exactly it. I mean, you look for some early offense, maybe it keeps you going. I mean, you look at how this thing set itself up with Carlos Villanueva from the beginning of the ball game, looking for efficiency, looking for length. You know, you're short in the bullpen already. That didn't happen the way that you wanted to. The Nationals put together quality at-bats all game long. Were willing to go the other way. They scored all those runs. Yeah, that's right, folks. They didn't hit a homer today, so they were putting it together. And then the Cubs, they had to deal with Gio Gonzalez again, and boy, was he good.
Yep, 19 hits for Washington as part of their 13-0 victory over the Cubs. Luckily, there's other things to talk about concerning the big trade last night between the Cubs and the Oakland Athletics. We will get to that after this quick timeout, and we will come back with Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs Postgame Live.
Safety goggles?
This breakfast burrito is exploding with flavor.
I think you're getting a little carried away.
Morning, guys. He knows what's up.
Does he?
Yep.
I really work with you guys. Every day.
Dunkin' Southwest Steak Breakfast Burrito with delicious steak, fire-roasted vegetables, and fajita seasoning is packed with flavor. Hurry in today. America runs on Dunkin'. Enjoy the big taste of Dunkin' Donuts Southwest Steak Breakfast Burrito today.
Update your deck or patio with fade-resistant indoor-outdoor carpet by EcoFi. 12-foot status is available in 5 colors, only 33 cents a square foot. 6-foot starboard with marine-grade construction in 3 colors is just 49 cents a square foot. Keep your dog happy and healthy with Purina One dog food. Menards has a wide variety for any breed, size, or diet. Right now, assorted 31-pound bags are just $26.99.
Save big money at Menards.
You're going to see a lot of sales around town this summer, but there's only one sale that makes sense.
Installation, just 1 cent.
This summer, get all Feldco windows, siding, and doors installed for just 1 cent. Plus, no money down and no interest until 2015.
Hurry, this sensational sale ends soon. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors.
Installed for just 1 cent.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Cooper engineers its tires not just for performance, but real life performance. So before you get in, get going. Get gone. You need to get a tire that gets you, because life's a road trip. Come on, let's go. Buy 4 qualifying Cooper tires and get up to a $70 prepaid card by mail. See retailer for details.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers, as reliable as the cars themselves. AT&T, mobilizing your world. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Menards, save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And by Audi, truth in engineering. This is Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross and Blue Shield.
A lot of feel-good moments for the Cubs over the course of the past 6 weeks or so, but in the wake of the Jeff and Jason deal to Oakland, Carlos Villanueva needed to step in, and after a 6-run third, he was chased before it was even over with. And then Gio Gonzalez continued doing his thing against the Cubs, as he's been doing a lot lately, and it resulted in a 13-0 Nationals victory. Welcome to Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross and Blue Shield, alongside Todd Hollinsworth. I'm Chris Bowden, and Washington, Todd, another one of these teams that provides the Cubs a template. You have your Desmonds, you have your Harpers, your Zimmermans, other guys who have stepped in. Rendon is a guy who's really come on. Plus the pitching staff. This is one of those teams that the Cubs hope to be, and they provide an example today.
Absolutely. Yeah. You look at the Washington Nationals right now, what they're all about. Again, one of the teams that maybe you think, out in front in the National League East, what do they need? What does this team need to get any better? And you look at their bullpen, they don't need much. You look at their starting lineup, they've got answers at every position, and then you look at that rotation, you got a Gio Gonzalez coming back off the disabled list. He's a guy that slots right there in the middle. I mean, this is a really good team, and a lot of people are expecting to go to the World Series.
We'll get to Gio Gonzalez here as we take a look at the pitching matchup, and we had concerns about this one going in. Villanueva 1-3 with a 9.68 ERA, 4 previous starts, but Gio Gonzalez extended his mastery over the Cubs. He is our UPS store, taking care of business, player of the game, extending his shutout string against the Cubs, and this is becoming a familiar story every time this left-hander's on the mound.
Oh, well, that's right. You saw the big curveball today. You saw a lot of fastballs. He stayed aggressive. Certainly, as soon as he got that lead, he got even more aggressive. When we talk about making pressure pitches on guys, it's what you want to do against Gio. He's one of those guys that if you can get something done early against him, rattle him a little bit, you might be able to have one of those games where you kind of erupt. But what unfortunately happens here is the Nats give him a cushion early, and he settles in. You saw it working all day long. I've got to admit, getting on the Cubs' quality at bats. I mean, I could sit here and probably complain a little bit today, but I'm not going to do it because the circumstances just don't feel right. I mean, there's just the focus today wasn't there, bottom line, and Gio was in a good spot. He was able to execute his pitches and make it through 8 innings, really, with no pressure at all.
Take a look at his last 4 starts against the Cubs. Just 29 scoreless innings, only 11 hits allowed. 4 of those today. Check out the walks to strikeouts ratio, too. 4 against 29. The good news is they don't have to face him again the rest of the season, and this is where the Nats really gave him all the support he needed. That came in the 3rd inning. Villanueva kind of scuffling from the outset. He gives up 3 straight hits to start this thing off, and pretty soon the Washington Nationals were off and running. He ends up going just 2+ innings of work, and Chris Russin just called up from the minors. He got roughed up as well, but this is really where the carousel started as part of a 6-run third.
Well, what you talk about is the quality of the bat from the Washington Nationals today. I mean, they went out there and they didn't just swing like this was going to happen because you were already in the bullpen, maybe with, your starter, Carlos Villanueva, getting the start and knowing that they're thin out there. They didn't just, show up and start swinging at the first pitch. They put together long, lengthy at-bats, forced Cubs pitchers, bullpen to throw strikes. I mean, it's really what it came down to. They laid off the pitch in the dirt. They laid off sliders down. They laid off the changeups down. They got the ball up, and when they got it up, you saw it right here. Pitches up all day today. Fastballs up. The Washington Nationals stayed inside the baseball. They did not hit a home run in the game. I mean, this is all about approach. And again, they got good pitches to hit, and they made them pay.
And let's talk about the guy who kind of started off that rally and then finished it off. Started out their scoring, I should say. Our Sports Authority play of the game, actually 2. As Ian Desmond kind of sandwiched things around. He got it started in the 2nd inning with this base knock. And then as the Nats were scoring all those runs in the 3rd inning, he didn't necessarily cap off the scoring, but this was really the dagger, and you knew Washington was off and running. Ian Desmond, one of those under-the-radar players. He, of all people, leading them in RBIs.
Yeah, most definitely. He certainly is that. He's a power-hitting shortstop. I mean, he's a great defender, and what you see is what you get with him. I mean, he is one of the guys, I give him an awful lot of credit for sustaining this Nationals team early in the season when they were dealing with so many injuries. Zimmerman out of there, Harper out of there. This is a guy who stepped his game up. He's been on radar. He's one of the best offensive shortstops in the game, but really coming into his own this season with runners in scoring position, and you saw it right there. Still working on it, going the other way. He's a strong pull hitter. You saw it in the first at-bat, but that second at-bat really has been the key for him this year, the willingness to go the other way with runners in scoring position as well.
He came up with the key hits, but a lot of Nats came up with his day. We'll take a look at the box score when we return as we take our first break here on Cubs Postgame Live presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield. We will also let you hear more reaction from the Cubs clubhouse in the wake of last night's big trade with Oakland. That and more still ahead.
Cubs Postgame Live is presented to you by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois knows your 20s is your time. So go ahead and act your age. We're the smart choice for health insurance, and we're ready when you are. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all.
Refreshment calls, Coors Light answers.
Anybody else?
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
All cars are racing against time. Some are just doing better than others. Right now, buy 3 select Firestone Affinity Touring tires and get the 4th tire free at Firestone Complete Auto Care. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
Good afternoon, Chase Sapphire. This is Stacy from Springfield.
Direct access to a live advisor so you can get answers fast and get back to the beach. Chase Sapphire Preferred, so you can.
The DirecTV customers you're about to meet have allowed us to switch their service to Dish Network.
The channel comparison between Dish Network and DirecTV was a pretty big difference for us. I wanted to watch my favorite TV show on Bravo, and it was not there.
She came ringing up to me, Mike, I can't find my show.
I was pretty upset. Yes.
I had an angry housewife of my own when she found out she could not have Bravo.
I'm Dr. Andy, the Kia man. And over in Kia, we're always fighting high prices. Yeah! And other people's high payments. Kia! Woo! Have no fear. Kia man is here, and I'll defend you from these guys, their high prices and their high payments, and all the other competition.
And you'll save hundreds on gas with our fuel-efficient Kias, like this new Kia Sportage, loaded with equipment and gets 28 miles per gallon. Only $18,895 or $174 a month.
Take good care of my Kia, and we'll take good care of you.
Cabin Hall, coming July 21st.
We are back on Cubs Postgame Live, and time now for our Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning. Who's hot and who's not over the last 7 days in MLB. And McCutchen really playing like a true all-star, continuing to carry things for Pittsburgh. And Jason Worth, he was raking today for Washington, and he has been raking for a couple of days as well on the not list. Well, just for some proof that it isn't necessarily a slam dunk that some of these star prospects just walk into the majors and cruise. Xander Bogaerts of Boston having a little bit of a tough time, a couple of bumps in the road for him, and he's, of course, their star shortstop prospect. Hey, look who's in the crowd today. Over in the game at Nationals Park, it is Redskins quarterback RG3 mingling, picking up babies, kissing them maybe. The only thing is, I guess the Nats didn't add the extra point after scoring the one.
It's very interesting. Maybe his presence, a couple touchdowns, missed extra point.
They salute RG3, their Redskins quarterback. And here's a look at your Subway winning box score. And we mentioned that Desmond wasn't the only guy doing damage for the Nationals. Look at what Rendon and Worth, their three and our second and third hitters, both going 3 for 4. Rendon really carrying it over from what he had last weekend against the Cubs. And Jason Worth just simply had himself a hot week. And Ryan Zimmerman getting back in the groove as well. Time for another break here on Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield. We will dive into the trade and hear from some of the people affected as well when we come back.
Real sports fans want to watch the game live, and nobody has more live sports than Xfinity. This is our sports app.
It'll show you every game that's playing live and every game that's scheduled to play.
It's got everything I need. Live scores updated right now. See these live games highlighted in white? Click on any of them and watch live.
Fourth quarter, it's all tied up. Want to see this triple overtime game.
Wow, that's amazing.
This is the ultimate experience right here.
Enjoy the most live sports like never before with an Xfinity X1 Triple Play. See for yourself. Call 1-800-XFINITY.
You know, at Domino's, failure is an option. We know that not everything is gonna work.
In order to get better, in order to move ahead, you're gonna make mistakes.
Have you ever heard of the cookie pizza?
I don't want to talk about it.
If we gave up after every mistake, we wouldn't come up with something new like our specialty chicken. We take our boneless, white meat chicken and bake our toppings, sauces, and cheese right on top.
Order 2 of our new specialty chicken or medium 2-topping pizzas for only $5.99 each.
We cannot be afraid to fail. It sounds crazy, but it's who we are.
Your old air conditioner is costing you money. The summer's heating up. Stay cool with a new air conditioner from Four Seasons. And right now, get a new energy-saving air conditioner from just $24.95 installed. Furnace and AC combos from just $36.95. Plus, enjoy 5 years interest-free financing. Call today for your free estimate on a new AC from Four Seasons.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Update your home with JELD-WEN windows and patio doors. They feature low-E insulated glass, including Energy Star rated models. Available in wood or vinyl, all special order JELD-WEN windows and patio doors are on sale. Add a finish that lasts with Thompson's Water Seal Stain. With a deep penetrating formula, it prevents water and UV damage, all while resisting mildew growth. Semi-transparent is $12.97 after rebate. Solid color, $13.97 after rebate.
Save big money at Menards.
Out here, there are no cheat codes, no avatars, no magic stars. This does not require an operating system or a username or password. And there will not be better versions of these games coming out next year. There's nothing like the good of sport. This spring, shop the brands you love, plus thousands of items on sale now. Sports Authority, all things sporting good.
Sports Authority is proud to be the official sporting goods retailer of the Chicago Cubs. Sports Authority, all things sporting good.
Welcome back. As the fireworks are winding down here, the part of the Cub rotation that was expected to be blown up blew up last night. Jeff Samardzija, Jason Hamill both dealt to Oakland for the A's top two prospects. Double-A shortstop Addison Russell, Class A outfielder Billy McKinney, right-handed starter Dan Straley, and a player to be named. Here's the boss on the message he hopes Cubs fans take out of this latest trade.
We've improved our future. I mean, it's not a secret that we now have an extremely talented, extremely deep group of potential impact position players, age 20 to 22, who are moving very quickly through our system. And these are real prospects. When you put that together with a couple 24-year-old all-star caliber performers like Anthony Rizzo and Starlin Castro, we can't help but be excited about the future. I like the way we've crafted our pitching staffs in recent years, and we have a lot of resources, both in terms of money and potentially in terms of players to go acquire the pitching we need at the right time. So, look, I really feel like there's light at the end of the tunnel.
Here's some more of your Twitter reaction to the Cubs' blockbuster deal. Patty says, again, the Cubs front office has told the fans, wait till next year by ridding themselves of 50% of our starting pitching. Upsetting. Jim says, I love the trade. It's going to be interesting to see how things pan out over the next 6 months to a year. And Lucas says, great move. Jeff wasn't going to re-sign. We got max value. Stings now, but great for the future. Hashtag in Frio we trust. Thanks for all of your responses. Here's reaction from some of his, now ex-teammates.
It's always hard when this time of year comes around. We've dealt with it the last few years. I think, losing friends is tough in this game. And it's not always that you find friends that you've been with since you were drafted. And Jeff's been with this organization for a long time, and I've known Ham for a little bit. So it's hard. It's hard to lose a guy that's been here for 8 years in this organization. And our goal all the way up has been to win a championship here in Chicago. And, unfortunately, that's not his goal.
I'm happy for him. I mean, he's going to a good situation in Oakland, and him and Hammond both. It's one of those things that coming into the year we kind of knew there's a chance it could happen, and unfortunately we didn't get off to a really hot start in April and kind of hurt us a little bit, but it's just one of those things. It's part of business, and you learn to deal with it, and maybe in a year and a half we'll cross paths again and find ourselves in the same city playing again.
Well, here's some reaction from the buddies. Among the buddies, Chris Bryant saying, welcome to the Cubs. Addison Russell, hashtag stud. Russell responding, thanks, buddy. Told myself in the fall league it would be great to play with you again someday. Pretty stoked about the move. And Billy McKinney saying he's excited to start a new chapter in the Cubs organization and see what God has in store for me. Here's the Cubs skipper before the game talking about losing two of his starters.
You have two of your guys that have been moved, and your first thought is you wish them well, which we do. They've done a great, they've thrown great for us, obviously, and we hope they do exactly what Oakland anticipates that they will do.
And Todd, we spoke in the pregame about the high-quality prospects, position players that they got here. But another factor in this, kind of overlooked, Dan Straley, a real strong rookie year last year, and you're kind of excited with what Chris Bosio has been able to do in molding and shaping some of these projects that he gets, and that the future might be bright for Straley, too.
Oh, absolutely. There's great evidence for Straley. I mean, one thing that I was picking up on, doing some homework last night, figuring out who this is going to be, what his role is going to be with the Cubs. I'm not worried about what he's been doing at Sacramento this year, AAA for the A's. 41 career starts at the major league level, 230 innings, 201 hits allowed. That's something that stands out to me. This is a guy that's been unhittable. Well, I don't know, maybe not unhittable, but less than a hit per inning pitched is something that you take note of. I mean, this is a guy who knows how to get big league hitters out. Now, he's walked a few. He's got some major league education coming his way, but who better than Chris Bosio? And I said this morning. It was like Boss has done a phenomenal job bringing guys into the organization and helping them hone in on what they need to do to succeed at the major league level. Jake Arrieta, if you will.
Yoshi Wada is expected to get a call in one of the starts on Tuesday night in that day-night doubleheader in Cincinnati. So this is kind of a fluid situation. You figure Straley might be part of it. Wada will be this week. And there are other candidates, too, in Beeler and even Chris Russin.
Well, you just speak about opportunity for all of these guys. I mean, that's exactly what's going on. You're in a position now where you're going to get yourself to the big leagues. You're going to get those starts. You're going to get the bell. It's going to ring. And here you are. You're there to impress. And I think that's what you do. I mean, if you're the young guys even coming over, you know, we talk about Addison Russell, Billy McKinney. I mean, they come over to the organization. They're excited to be here. I talk about opportunity that's in front of you. Nothing standing in your way. Same could be said for these guys. There's open spots in the rotation right now. You're competing. You're opening up eyes not only for your teammates, for Chicago, for who you are, but for the front office as well. They're going to make decisions on these people at some point.
All right, we'll be right back on Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Take a look back at Todd's keys to a 13-0 loss.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois wants you to keep your 20s roaring. You should act your age, and you should do it with confidence.